Today, because of course we cannot forget our online audience who are joining us from around the world. We welcome them in the third day of Biban24 in its 10th edition. So welcome everybody. محمد أمامنا أجندة حافلة ومليئة بالإثارة والنقاشات
أنا عندي
المهمة.
اعتراف فاطمة. يعني I was this close to choose English to be my language for the whole event. Then I heard Fatma. You know what?
I can't let you have all the fun,
I
Muhammad.
can't compete. Even the tablet with you is more English than me.
I'm dominating, ladies and gentlemen.
And I want to ask you about the couple of the last 2 days. What's happened? How the energy? Give me the brief.
Muhammad, the last 2 days were full with innovation, excitement, a lot of opportunities and a lot of potential for all entrepreneurs here today, startups, EMSs, businesses happening. We heard from the young generation and all the great ideas they have for the future. It was packed with ideas. It was packed with thought-provoking discussions. And today is going to be even more exciting with ministers, leaders, influencers and entrepreneurs from around the world sharing their ideas, sharing their thoughts and experiences with us today. So we will be going home tonight with a lot of things to think about.
عظيم عظيم. اليوم هو اكتمال لليوم الماضية وأيضا هو بداية للأيام القادمة. المحتوى الثري الموجود في بيبان أتذكر من النسخة الأولى لكل من حضر في كل المدن اللي كانت فيها. أنا حضرت بيبان في أبها، في حايل، في جدة. دورته حول المملكة، الفائدة المباشرة المقدمة من خلال وجود رواد الأعمال من كل مكان، الستارت ابس الجديدة، الجهات الممكنة الموجودة في باب التمكين، كل الأبواب اللي تقدم الفائدة المباشرة والتفاعل العظيم خلال ال5 أيام اللي قاعدين نعيشها هذه الأيام في بيبان. وللأمانة أشعر بانتماء خاص فاطمة لبيبان من أول نسخة كنت موجود كحضور، وبعدين يعني كبرت تجربتي مع بيبان إلى هذه التجربة. فسعيد جدا بكل من يعمل على هذه الفعالية المميزة، وسعيدين بتواجد كل الحضور معنا، وندعو كل من يستمع لنا بالقرب احضروا معنا في المسرح الرئيسي. مجموعة الجلسات القادمة ستكون مميزة جدا.
A lot of thoughts and ideas, as we mentioned. We have a journey packed with industry pioneers, ladies and gentlemen. Visionary entrepreneurs will be with us tonight, and leading experts are coming together just for us, just to redefine opportunities, redefine possibilities that we can have in our future as entrepreneur and business owners. So each session has been crafted to spark an idea, to even have invasion to new horizons in every discussion. So let's make this night unforgettable together, Muhammad.
Let's go, let's go.
لنجعل من هذه الليلة ساعات لا تنسى.
بإذن الله، ولو تبغوني أجعلها فعلا لا تنسى, I will speak in English for like 4 hours. والله
I sense jealousy, Muhammad.
I think my problem is this. My accent is very Saudi. Well, my
that's not a bad
good.
thing. That's not a bad thing. That's a very good thing.
I was talking with ChatGPT. I was trying to start a conversation with ChatGPT. You know what? Try to make my English better. Let's make a conversation. Give me your insights. And she started to tell me, you know, everything is good, but Muhammad, maybe you will work about your accent. I said, you know what? No, I will not touch that.
No,
I work in my accent for a long time. So I will keep my Saudi accent. I will jump a couple of times, بس يهمني جدا أن يكون هذا التفاعل موجود معنا، كل من يتابعنا عبر البث المباشر أو الحاضرين ويانا. وذكر
اسمحني أسألك، بما أنك أنت يعني عاصرت النسخ السابقة، ال9 نسخ السابقة لبيبان، قل لي كيف تطور بيبان من النسخة الأولى إلى النسخة العاشرة اليوم؟
أعتقد بيبان هو الراوي الحقيقي لقصة ريادة الأعمال في المملكة. ليش؟ يعني قبل أن تكون هناك هيئة المنشآت الصغيرة المتوسطة، كان في مجموعة من المبادرات في بعض الجهات، بادر منها وغيرها. عالم ريادة الأعمال كان جديد. كلمة انتربرنورشيب أتذكر أنا 2011 طلعت على المسرح، كنت أقدم شيء اسمه عرب نت، وكان إيفنت عن ريادة الأعمال. كنت أحاول أحفظ كلمة انتربرنورشيب، كانت شوي ثقيلة. الكلام هذا قبل تقريبا 12-13 سنة. هذه المرحلة اللي مر فيها بيبان مع تطور الايكو سيستم بشكل عام.
So the ecosystem in general,
يعني في البداية
at the beginning,
الناس بتعرف وش
people who know what are like For example, is it like SMEs? What is it suitable for? Moving from one part to another part. What are the fields that I should get engaged? What are the people I should like consult? What are the entities like need to finance me, need to support me, to help me to build my own project? This kind of development, we see this in this kind of event. So the people have these kind of great panel discussions. These are the people who start with Biban as attendants and participants, and then like beneficiaries. One thing that is very important to draw attention to, and the experts do know this, those who have first attended this kind of event for the first time, of course, do I belong to this kind of world? This is true. But again, one more important thing, there are no conditions or precondition requirements. It is just the time and continuity and the volume of information. After you belong to this kind of world, then here in Biban, for instance, you can find like the first steps or the stepping stones. Then you can start, or they can start their own journeys. And then it would be very great for them, whether business or like startups, or even like SMEs, or even like investors. So with this in mind, of course, yes, definitely, each and every entrepreneur
has a door to open here today, and each door has many opportunities to explore, to many opportunities, innovation, technology, business. Everything will be found in a one-stop place.
Okay, I want to ask you, فاطمة. خلينا نسوي مقابلة مع فاطمة. ما شاء الله فاطمة نشوفها في الأخبار، نشوفها في الإيفنت، تزاملنا في الفعاليات. عندك ستارت اب، بديتي شيء. Did you start something?
I have an idea. Does that count?
Okay, you have an idea.
Yes.
But you didn't start it.
No.
Okay, you should leave the stage and go out.
I should. They won't let me. I don't have time to do that here today, but I definitely will make the time and go. What about you, Muhammad?
أنا بدأت.
I started 10 years ago, something related to the local content. So we did not get engaged into these kind of technologies, but always opportunities made available in startups are huge, and this is a good invitation to the people around, for those who would like to attend, to know more about the startups, whether international or local. It is very important to better understand what is it going to do. And some other times it is not you to start. Some other people may have an idea to start, or you may have ideas to provide to other people. Some startups do need like someone who's very good at marketing. Let's ask the audience, how many of you has an idea, and after 2 years, like you see someone implementing this into reality? Today, this is your own opportunity.
Start that idea you've been thinking about. Because if you're thinking about it today, trust me, a million others are. So the key is to start, and you can do that here. Choose the door you need, open the door, and get started, and you will get every advice and every help and every opportunity you will need. It'll be here tonight.
So opportunities will be always made available across all levels and across all like startups, semis, business world, and the opportunities are so wide, made available for everyone to make more progress, to make more advancement, to achieve successes for each and everyone if we do more and more. One more thing that, Mohammed, you have referred to. You've said that you don't have to fear, you don't have to panic. If you say, for example, if this place is a good place, whether I belong to this or not, once you see this huge place, it is very important to understand where you start. Biban or Abab, each and everyone has different doors, different fields, different sectors. So we have different fields. We have startups, others, for example, for each and everyone who has their own interests. So each and everyone has its own field and sector. You see different sub-exhibitions. So each question will be answered. Each and every question will have their own answers. Here in Biban 2024, the previous 2 days, we have so many questions that were answered, were replied through the different panel discussions, different dialogues, the influencers, the subject matter experts coming from the countries who shared their own experience. They replied to all the answers. We didn't have such answers too. But again, we will have more details in the upcoming panel discussion. We will start with a panel discussion with one of the great ministers. Of course, it will be so much exciting about industry. And industry is a key bedrock in our economy and the world economy, to have a factory or a plant, as we hear. It is the vision. It is the vision that focuses very much on factories, plants. and it is a program that is specialized for logistic services. It is very important also to focus more and more. This, of course, has made the SMEs more exciting, making the people help or helping actually the people to get more engaged. Would like to talk more and more about this, of course, the importance of entrepreneurship in the industrial sector before I get started. Well, the industrial sector is very important, and it is one of the most important pillars of economy. Today, of course, we are moving ahead from a country that is consuming to a country that is exporting and manufacturing, and this is the main goal of our panel discussion yet to be conducted.
Ladies and gentlemen, that will open up the third day of Biban24 will be a very special session, talking about experts' insight on how the industry and mining strategy fuels entrepreneurial potential. So let's dive right into it, Mohammed, maybe, and let's have ideas, let's connect, let's have the invasion of horizons in every discussion, starting with this very thought-provoking discussion with very special guests tonight. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and join me in welcoming on stage His Excellency Bandar Al-Khrayef, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, and his moderator, Haytham Khalid, CEO of Nawafid. Please welcome them on stage.
Peace, blessing be upon you all. Hello, everyone at Biban 2024. Today is the annual anniversary of the SMEs. We have seen always this celebrating and commemorating this annual event. Always the industrial sector has the lion's shares of the SMEs. Allow me to welcome His Excellency Mr. Bandar Al-Khrayef, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, to this panel discussion. In this session, of course, we will hear the voices of the industrial people working in the SMEs. Welcome, Your Excellency, to the stage. Good evening, everyone. I'm very excited and honored to be around and board. Of course, Biban is always exciting and full of energy, energetic, always positively, of course. With this in mind, I would like to express my appreciation and gratitude to Munshaat for organizing and hosting this kind of event. Today, it is Thursday evening, and the halls are full of people. So wish you always success. Wish you always the industrial sector to be always thriving in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency, as for some questions, I have taken some questions from the industrial people and some others from somewhere else. So industrial sector, of course, what is it, the strategy of industry, of SMEs and small and medium factories that focused on? Well, of course, the industrial strategy focused on expanding and extending the industrial base, of course, introducing the industrial complication and also focusing on the fourth industrial revolution. And we have three groups for commodities and goods. We have identified 12 commodities of priority, of top priority. Of course, they fall all into three groups. The first one has to do with the pharmaceutical security, military security, and then we have commodities and goods, of course, that are related to the competitive feature of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, represented by oil, gas, and minerals, of course, and natural resources as well, and also the geographic position and site of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. There is special focus on chemical industry, advanced industries like metal and mineral industry relating to the supply chain, where the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, of course, is always a key partner to addressing the problems and challenges of supply chain. The third one, which are the future industries, for example, how we ensure that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is quite ready to adopt the next stage or the next wave or trend of technology to be well prepared. And here, of course, research and development comes into play as a key part of this group. Again, equally important, the development of human capital, development and building, and also introducing the state-of-the-art technologies such as AI and the 3D printing and other technologies. In these three groups, we see direct and indirect opportunities for entrepreneurs. And I'd like to say one thing here when I talk to entrepreneurs, that we need to make industry included in a more comprehensive vision. There are direct opportunities in the industry for entrepreneurs, particularly for the industry relating to new and state-of-the-art technologies, such as like certain innovative solutions. These kind of technologies by nature, or the need of the human capital and the capital itself, of course, are required, and the ability and possibility of growing faster would be potential, of course. But again, at the same time, the sector itself, the opportunities related indirectly. And here, I would like to say the opportunities related to the innovative solutions technologies. Today, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is always focusing on the state-of-the-art technologies and also introducing these technologies across each and every factory and a plant. This is one of the sectors for entrepreneurs to adopt. Particularly today, thankfully, of course, our youth communities and society has great opportunities actually and potential to find innovative solutions, intricate solutions for even like big technologies. And I believe this is the good goal for entrepreneurship in the industrial sector. Your Excellency, well, truly said, when entrepreneurs want to get something like new, I mean, they say that it is non-traditional, but something that is like normal activities such as restaurants, coffee shops, and other malls, for example. They believe that the industrial sector may have like challenges, difficult challenges. But the question is, again, why do I open a factory? Why should I open a factory? Well, perhaps the competitive feature in industry is that you face, or you may face long time to build a factory, to operate the factory and to be well settled. But again, as if you have like a milk cow, a milky cow or a milk cow, and this is the ability, of course, to grow and develop and also get more and introduce more commodities and also expand the base of customers and clients, which is not very much similar to other sectors. With this in mind, we'd say that industry per se, this is the competitive feature for those working in the sector. It always starts for something that is small, but its ability to scale up greatly is more than any sector's. The ability as well to introduce new products and commodities. It is very much like a machine that works and operates all the time, giving you more profits, more returns, to give you more opportunities to grow, to scale up, and get engaged in something new. And this is the difference between industry and non-industry or non-industrial activities. Well, entrepreneurs look into industry as something that requires big funds, big capitals. This is true. So many industries do need like big capitals. But again, there are industries, the state-of-the-art technologies created opportunities that do not need such big capitals. And again, in the industrial ecosystem and the mineral resources, we have worked to develop products, making industry and the introduction of industry so fast and speedy, making the small investors and entrepreneurs, making them getting easily into the sector with least cost by using, for example, ready-made factories, funding and financing, industrial funding and financing as well. And also, there are opportunities for industry to be exported. This is not made possible for the commercial sector. You can export your products or commodities into the world. So the market for you is not limited like locally, but also it is all open regionally and internationally. Today, the e-commerce platform open the doors wide. The smallest manufacturers can have access to the world. This, like 20 years or 15 years, was not possible. Is it, should I have like 5,000, 10,000 meters to open a factory? No, not necessarily. That is why today we see the entry level as the beginning for industry. It all starts from the readily made and the precast, of course, factories from 700 all the way up to 800 or 900 meters. And you can also rent any commercial shop. This kind of factory is equipped with all the requirements, such as safety procedures and equipment. And you don't have to get engaged into, for example, like licenses and other issues. And what you have to do is only to have an idea to get engaged into entrepreneurial idea to produce or to provide a product that is par excellence featured and competitive, and you can then expand. I have so many examples yet to quote. I mean, including entrepreneurs. They started the pre-equipped and pre-made factories. Today, thankfully, of course, they invest in 10,000, 20,000, and 30,000 meters, square meters. I have seen different cases in reality, even in COVID-19 pandemic. Some entrepreneurs, where I visited them in their factories, they started already. So COVID-19 pandemic in 2022 and 2021, they started like 700, 800, 900 meters. Today, they have factories, some of which, of course, go up all the way up to 10,000 meters. Some of them, of course, they have a customer client base, more than 40,000 customers. Like 1 month ago, I was in Qasim and was honored to visit one of the entrepreneurs. He started the project with an idea, 1,000 miles, and he developed the idea. Today, he manufactures drones in a factory in Qasim with all the technologies made available from A to Z. Well, truly said, this is all relating to industry. Before we jump on the stage, we were talking about mining. Many people who get engaged into mining, they believe and imagine that they should have a mining to get engaged in this kind of sector. This is also true. Also, the common impression is that mining is so huge and so big, and mining activities are so huge. But this is, of course, a very important requirement or component. But again, the sector is so great, so big, so huge, starting with the exploration stages. And, of course, these are primary stages where entrepreneurs get engaged who have like technical expertise, particularly those who have like geological expertise or specialization and geology, and this is something that is widely huge. They can, of course, get started in the exploration stages. The exploration stages, of course, are also full of opportunities in terms of the technologies, laboratories, and also the logistic services, of course, to build the site and also to extract the raw materials all the way up to the full development of mining. Well, mineral resources and mining per se as a sector, of course, includes building, construction, such as crushers, building materials. This is a huge activities, actually. But I would like to focus also on something which is very important. There is a big opportunity, but I'm really confirming it is very important for entrepreneurs in mining to provide services. It is a new sector, and thankfully we at the ministry issuing licenses continuously. The number of licenses are increasing, growing, and such investors, when they come to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they do need such kind of logistic services, different services like equipment, technologies, you name it. Technical solutions and innovative solutions, services relating to administration, management, security, safety, environment, healthcare, and others. These are all services that can be provided by entrepreneurs. The adoption of technologies is very important in mining as a sector, which has also become increasingly growing. And also, 2 months ago, I visited Chile and Brazil. and was surprised and impressed, really. One of the biggest mining industries or companies in Chile, they have a control room for two mines, 1,000 kilometers, and the other one in Chile and the other one in Brazil. They control and operate these mines fully, starting with the electric vehicles and vehicles operated without a driver, and the equipment at the mines, at the factories, the equipment or logistic equipment, they are all operated and controlled remotely. And this is the future sector of mining. I imagine now that a mining 1,000 kilometers away from Riyadh can be well controlled and operated by a group of engineers, entrepreneurs from the middle of Riyadh. And also investing in technologies in mining will further help and support maintaining the lives of people and reducing the fatalities and this of people, which also helps to using the efficiency of mining technologies, energy, efficiency of energy. Of course, I would like to say again that the technological services in industry and mining are the biggest and the most important opportunities for entrepreneurs. Well, truly said, Your Excellency, if we say that an entrepreneur, and I would like to open a factory, what are the promising sectors that you advise to get engaged and get introduced to? Well, perhaps the first thing is that for entrepreneurs, you need to look into the industrial strategy and of course, the objectives and the goals. These are very important, and also the localization strategy are very important to identify the sectors or subject sectors or the fields that are very important. And of course, they have like big focus on. They have big focus on also the industrial. Investors should not look locally, but also should look into exporting. One of the most important targets is to enhance the non-oil exports, and most of them will be from the industrial sector, and also the logistic services. The industrial sector is very important. So a piece of advice to each and every one of you to look into the localization sector. Big and huge opportunities are actually provided. More focus is placed on. The good thing about localization is that it is based on the local demand, which is so big, so huge. We can benefit, and they can benefit from the components and tools of the localization. Your Excellency truly said, what are the most important programs and initiatives provided by the industrial ecosystem for entrepreneurs and investors? So many programs are made available, but the most important programs that come to mind. But generally, by and large, a piece of advice for each and everyone should look into the strategies launched and published, like industrial, localization, export strategies, mining strategies. There are huge opportunities to be invested in. Each and every one, of course, had its own enablers. But again, by and large, entrepreneurship, well, entrepreneurs do need normally those who can further support and help to develop the idea. And so we have more than one incubator. In Nidlib also, we have the 1,000 mile. And I also have said that one of the most important entrepreneurs, they can get engaged in the first idea, and they can help also to present these ideas to investors to see how much attractive such ideas are, and how and also the appetite of investors to engage, and also help entrepreneurs to choose and select the site and location, factories, licenses, funding and financing, and all the stages to make factories implementable. We have an initiative with the industrial fund known as Hackathon. Hackathon, of course, aims to link factories to entrepreneurs. Factories have challenges, have difficulties, problems. Also, entrepreneurs can have great ideas inside their efforts, of course, innovatively to find innovative solutions, and also to have great opportunities for investment. Yes, true. truly said, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, what is the key challenge faced by beginners, I mean, in the industrial sector? We don't want to scare them off. Any activity, any field, any sector, industrial, commercial, service, should have challenges or does have challenges. Challenges are part and parcel of building expertise and experiences, translating them into opportunities, developing innovative solutions. Entrepreneurs cannot be there without challenges. Such challenges need to be translated into opportunities. The good thing that we feel proud of here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is we do acknowledge challenges, and many people work hard to translate these opportunities into translations, and some others work to mitigate these challenges. Sometimes you cannot remove all the challenges. Some other times you have to mitigate challenges. With this in mind, I'm not worried at all, and I'm not concerned at all about the challenges to be faced by entrepreneurs, but I would say that be prepared, be prepared, gear up, and also feel self-confident, and also place much trust in Allah. A fully fledged government supporting you from all the sectors where entrepreneurs need help with all the sectors. Such government is always willing to provide, and also they are required by the government, by the leadership, of course, to mitigate such challenges. So they have no excuses whatsoever, neither for the entrepreneurs nor for the government entities. Each and everyone is supported and need to support each other. Even if we fail once, we need to stand to our feet again and again and again, all the way up to making such kind of successes. By the way, the international experiences, if we look into the biggest 10 companies, they all started from startups or entrepreneurs, by entrepreneurs. They did not start with like big capitals. If you look into Facebook or Google or Apple or Microsoft, these are all started with, or Amazon, they all started with like startups, very simple companies or very simple businesses. Of course, they achieved the height of growth and development and the highest value, commercially speaking, of course, in terms of the market value, in terms of the market brand. They did not start with billions or even millions or even like thousands. They all started with minds, passion, appetite, excitement, ambition, simple potential. But again, their own interest, their own conviction, self-confidence in themselves and their abilities, of course, help them to achieve what they've so far achieved. And I don't believe as well, honestly speaking, each and every one of you here in this big hall, each and every one of you has such a great excitement and a passion, appetite. Your Excellency, you talked first about the groups. You divide them into the groups, and you talked about the third group, which is like the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution has gone into different changes, disruptions, the first and second, the third and the fourth, using like steam equipment, computer. Did the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia start applying the components or principles of the fifth Industrial Revolution, or what are the most important features of the fifth Industrial Revolution? I'd like to explain one thing in principle, between the difference between the fourth and the fifth Industrial Revolution. The fourth Industrial Revolution is everything relating to automation, digitization, robotics, everything relating to machine and machinery. The fifth Industrial Revolution is getting and heralding humans into work to create this kind of harmony and harmonization between robotics and humans. Again, there is kind of engagement and participation in such a way that humans need to take and make decisions, to participate and to play such a vital role in innovation, in creativity, to make things much easier for human beings at the work site. Today, we have launched 3 years known as Future Factories program, making 4,000 factories to adopt the fourth industrial revolution technologies and tools, and we're still continuing in this kind of a trend all the way. What we need is entrepreneurs, we need like logistic service providers to scale up so that we can reach the fourth industrial revolution. So the fifth industrial revolution needs to have components of the fourth industrial revolution. We have great examples and models, of course. We have great models to depend on that can be further developed, particularly the big companies. Even the small companies, when they started, the mindset of such companies, of the owners I mean, they need to have like platforms or potential to adopt the state-of-the-art technologies. The feature of the fifth industrial revolution is that they have such a great solutions for entrepreneurial leadership. I had some entrepreneurs and leaders. I met them, of course. Some of them, or one of them, has a technology they invented like some years ago. It is a helmet, a safety helmet, and has a chip to ensure that the worker is protected and safeguarded, and any kind of risk or damage to be protected. These are a group of people, they thought, and they, of course, came up with a solution, and they produced it, and they sold this to Aramco and also to companies outside the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the United States of America, one of the oil companies in the States of America, of course, and they wanted the ministry to help them to enact regulations so that they can be further motivated and attracted. Back again, this kind of vertical, the third vertical trend for the future, a group, of course, goes in line with the entrepreneurial leadership. Today, you don't have to start from scratch. You take well-developed technologies previously, and you add a little more with different application, with different usages, of course, to enhance the values of such kind of technologies for certain sectors. Well, truly said, when we look into the industries across the world, we see different world countries for certain industry. If we think, for example, of wood, Sweden is always at the top. When we think of machinery and technologies, of course, we look into Germany. When we look into fashion, leather, produce perfume in France and Italy. Saudi Arabia, what is it that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will be branded for? This is really common, but does not reflect reality or pure reality, to be honest. Not necessarily Italy is macaroni and fashion, but they are widely known. This is true. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, I believe, will be always known for energy and industries relating to energy. Today, the transformation in energy is something that is based on agenda across the world. So the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is not far away. Rather, we have like clear-cut plans for transformation for energy, for solar energy, wind energy, and other industries yet to see light, of course, petrochemicals, advanced petrochemical industries, such as, for instance, so many industries, also in other products relating to mining. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia today, I'm definitely, almost definite about that, the fact that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is ranked 4th in exporting fertilizers. And we will see this after the big expansion. We see it in the market. We will be the first or the second ranking position in terms of fertilizing and fertilizers and fertilization. Very few people know this. Also, aluminum industry is growing and growing and developing in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia based on the natural resources in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So huge in terms of the bauxite, how we've been able to transform them. But again, these kind of industries or products get into midstream, such as vehicles, equipment, cables, industries, and we are also working on developing on aluminum products relating to airplanes, titanium, for example. So I believe the common impression about the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will be formed and shaped up gradually. We can hardly anticipate and expect. But again, these kind of common impressions are not always correct. Of the biggest countries considered to be manufacturing cars, if we ask you all to give one name, you can hardly. It is Austria. Austria, of the biggest country producing cars, but they don't have any. They don't have any Austrian cars, but all the European companies, particularly German companies, manufacture in Austria. So the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, our own national strategy for industry, will make us to engage and participate in very much sensitive industries. Fertilizers are very important for food security. Aluminum, titanium are very important as well for sensitive industries in robotics, aviation technologies, aviatics, aviation, armament and arms and others. I cannot predict and anticipate what is the common impression about people about the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in terms of industries or future industry. Time will tell. Well, truly said. We'll see. Here, one of the little youth has already come here. Hello, Your Excellency. Hello, everyone. Elias Ahmed Al-Ghamdi. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. We have a factory, Shams Graphene, producing graphene, and we need your support. What is it that you need? You are most welcome. What we need is that we need your support. Great. Yeah. You can ask my father. Okay. We will provide you with more support. Thank you. You promised me to work in the factory. I do. Thank you. Well, good boy. Your Excellency, thank you ever so much for this panel discussion. You did encourage and motivate all the enterprises to get engaged into the mining sector. We hope to have more time, but the director is telling us that time is over. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thanks again for the great audience. See you again. Thank you so much. Your attention is highly appreciated.
شكرا معالي وزير الصناعة والثروة.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, Your Excellency Bandar Al Khrayif. It is so big, so huge. Mining is so huge. Of course, this explains how many opportunities we have for entrepreneurs and investors to have this access. What we have is that we have an announcement and a very important launch for SMEs from Riyadh Bank, the key sponsor for Biban 2024. Please allow me to welcome the SMEs officer from Riyadh Bank. Hello, everyone. You are most welcome. First, congratulations for the sponsorship for this great event. Thank you so much. Honestly speaking, honored and excited to be always here at Biban event, and would like to seize this opportunity. Congratulations to the Munsha'at for the success of this edition, Biban 2024. Today, Biban has been a great community or multinational community, rather than just the event where all the great efforts of the private sector and public sector come together and get harmonized to work in tandem, to work in unison. I'd like to ask you one question. You are the manager of SMEs. What is the position of the SMEs across the world? Could you describe it? Yes, honestly. Well, SMEs sector is very influential socially and economically. 65% of the exports of Italy are from SMEs. 65, wow, 65. 98 of the private sector are all from SMEs. we are about 40 or 50%. So Riyadh Bank understands the importance and impact of SMEs and the enablement. What about financing and funding for SMEs, whether coming from banks or other funding and financing programs? What is the difference that is made for SMEs? Well, funding and financing, the research study conducted. I need to talk about petrol because I'm a graduate of petroleum, but you've gone 3 minutes. Good. The University of Petroleum conducted a research study about the impact provided for SMEs, and they found that each 1 million Saudi riyals will create 3 job opportunities over the first 6 months, while each 12 million in petrochemicals, it will create 1 job opportunity. It's a big difference, of course. So each 1 million will create 3 job opportunities. So it is 3 times more than after the launch of the vision. So the total of the volume, it is just to 20%. Now, today, because of the great efforts made by Mushaat and other government entities, we have made it up to 8.7%. So it is so great. We are honored and excited here at the Riyadh Bank. We are the closest bank to vision. Of course, we made it up to 15, and we hope and aim to make it 20 minutes before 2030. Hope so as well. Before we talk more about SMEs in Riyadh, why you say that you launched this kind of program or indicator? Thank you for this question, Mohammed. We always, that when we produce any kind of initiative, we need to ensure be more sustainable and more awareness-based. Today, we are honored and excited as well with to introduce an indicator. It is there in Britain, in Australia, and India as well. Today, it is a very global one that measures the ease of doing business in SMEs, their wish and passion to expand it in investment, and also the sentiment or the appetite. So it is a very accurate measurement method in this sector. True, yeah, you're right. And we hope it will be such a great addition for each and every one, of course, in SMEs, in such a way to look into the data and the pieces of information accurately and precise information so that they can make their own expansion and investment, of course, approach to help the SME sector, whether from the public or private sector. Engineer Mothi, thank you so much. We'll know more about this, of course, later. Thank you ever so much for your engagement. Mothi Shumari, thank you so much. We'll move now ahead to speak about the indicator and our index and why it is very important to have more detail. The biggest economist by Naif Al-Ghayth from Riyadh Bank. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you so much as well. Thank you as well. And hope I will not speak for long. Can you hear me well? Great. Thank you so much. As Engineer Mothi said, Riyadh Bank provides the index known as Riyadh Bank Index, and all is aware of the fact that how important it is for SMEs. As His Excellency said, the Minister of Industry is very important, said is very important for industry, and it is very important to measure it. Vision 2030 has, of course, maximized this kind of importance and showed us how important it is to provide this kind of index for the economy, for the Saudi economy. One of the most important goals for Vision 2030 is to have great support coming up from the private sector for the national economy. The Saudi economy, what is targeted is that the Saudi economy to provide from the private sector 65% all the way up to 2030. At the beginning of Vision 2030, of course, the private sector provision was less than 40%. Now, in the second quarter, the private sector provides 50%. So what is targeted for SMEs is that they should, it was 20%, it should be 35%. 45, it is targeted by 2030. 35 out of 45 will be from SMEs. So we see it across the world. SMEs, has well contributed and hugely contributed to enhancing the economy. Also, banks are targeted to provide much funding all the way up to 20%, as Engineer Muthi said. We provide now about 8.8 in terms of funding and financing for the private sector SMEs. Now, we know the importance of SMEs for the national and the Saudi economy and the global economy as well. And we also know, if we have an indicator that measures so many things and gives us like how important it is to contribute to this economy, and this is very great, of course. Engineer Muthi said that across the world, no such indicators or index except for some countries, Australia, India, and Britain. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has an index that can measure the impact of SMEs on the economy. In addition, we can measure the different numbers of sub-indicators that can help, of course, the national economy, or the economy. How is it possible for us to better understand this? We have also new orders. The new orders are one of the good indicators for the health of the entity. If there are no orders, it means that it is unhealthy, or there is no impact on economy. We also have employment or employability. It contributes, SMEs contributes to this hugely in comparison with other entities in terms of job opportunities being created. We also have production and also the time, fashion for orders, and also the stock made available to implement these kind of decisions. All these components contribute us to understand, to help, contributes to making or to decision makers. We also have different benefits for this indicator, which is to provide us with the volume of the business or the size of the business in the market through these indicators. In addition to that, it gives us like more knowledge about the sector, so I better understand the volume and the size of the orders and the huge of the business, and also the prices of the products and the production. These are all provided by the indicator or the index. Equally important, once the indicator is launched, it will also give us a comparison between the big entities, the SMEs as well. So we will have better understanding, better vision for the national economy, particularly the SMEs as well. We have a solution now. We have created a solution. What does this mean for us? We understand now it will be good for the health of the entity, and this will be healthy. And again, this gives us also the investor to be satisfied. So investors, whether local or non-local, they understand that they have, for example, figures and numbers to better understand. In addition to this, they give us, if I don't understand that the economy, so I understand that we will have like local and non-local investors. So for the national or the Saudi economy, so we aim to have 65% of the private sector to be funded by the private sector. One of the key challenges faced by the SME sector is funding and financing. So if I don't have a funding tool to measure the risk of this sector, it is very difficult, or it will be very difficult for me to understand how this funding can be provided. This gives me more access and more vision to the market. Also, it will give us 13 extra indicators. I'll speak about the most important indicators. What is it that will be made available? It is numbers from 0. It is from 0 to 100. If it's less than 50, it means that there is cringeage. So SMEs, are they okay? Are they healthy or unhealthy? Thankfully, they are good. They are healthy. We have 56.4. If we compare it to the previous month, it means that they are performing well. And the outcomes are more than 50% in comparison with the previous stage. This is good. So the performance is higher and the completion is higher than the orders, which are one of the most important indicators to help sales, of course. Employability in comparison with the previous months, it was less growing. But again, it is over 50%. It is still contributing. In addition, the time of delivery for orders or order delivery, it is still higher, which means it is higher than 50. So all what we're saying in terms of these components are all above 50, which means positive. We have backlogs. What does it mean? That orders made available are less, are almost getting less and less, which means that I don't have anything coming to remain in stock, which means they are performing fast, which means that they have good efficiency. The good things that we can read is that we have the purchase cost is more than 50, and we have a staff cost high, and also. So we can read these, that the margins of SMEs is very little in this stage. So the indicator gives me good reading, a good interpretation of the sector, particularly with different readings. Thank you so much. Your attention is highly appreciated. This was a good presentation about the indicators of PMI for SMEs. I hope that you did enjoy this presentation, ladies and gentlemen.
Presentation, ladies and gentlemen, about PMIs for SME Index launch. So our next session is just as exciting, talking about tourism, tackling sectors within tourism and local ventures. I mean, we know that tourism has been a very lively sector here in Saudi Arabia and uniquely positioned as well. So our next speakers will be talking to us about unlocking growth through local ventures specifically. So please join me in welcoming on stage the moderator for this session, Yasmin Al-Khwatir, founder and host at the Majlis podcast, and her guest, Mr. Badr Al-Harbash, Chief Strategy Officer at the Tourism Development Fund. Please put your hands together for them.
Peace, blessing be upon you all.
Everyone for being here today. It is a pleasure to be here and to have Mr. Badr Al-Harbash with us, the Chief Strategy Officer of the Tourism Development Fund, to talk about tourism and local ventures specifically in tourism and how we can help them grow. So the Tourism Development Fund does incredible work. It's a government entity with over 15 billion riyals, I believe, in funds. Very impressive number for anyone going into the tourism business. And they work across the value chain with every size of company. So today we'll be talking mostly about smaller ventures, given we're at Biban, but they do work with large companies in partnership with smaller companies, and they provide every sort of support you can think of for companies looking to go into the tourism space. Now, Mr. Badr, what is TDF's strategy specifically for creating this collaboration between investors and local managers?
Okay, thank you. Before I start, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi jameen.
Peace be upon you all. I'd like to welcome you all to this great event. First, allow me to speak in English, so I'll be speaking in English.
It's part of the larger ecosystem. It's part of the national tourism strategies entities, which are responsible to execute on the strategy to achieve the targets identified in the national tourism strategy. Namely, we aim by 2030 to attract 150 million visitors in Saudi. We aim to create more than 1 million jobs in the tourism sector. And we aim to have a significant contribution to the national GDP in Saudi Arabia. When you translate that into the strategy of TDF as a funding organization, And just to give some context, the other ecosystem players who play a significant part in the strategy in addition to TDF is the Ministry of Tourism, so the regulator of the sector, the Saudi Tourism Authority, which is the promoter of the sector, and several other entities such as the Red Sea Authority, the National Tourism Council, and other entities as well. So from our side, we are the interface with investors. So we provide financial solutions and non-financial solutions for all types of investors who are interested to invest in the tourism sectors. So that's a very broad scope, as you rightfully mentioned in the introduction. The gap or the potential in Saudi Arabia is huge. You can see a lot of giga projects who are building the base for the most attractive assets in Saudi Arabia, but also there's an incredible opportunities for investors of all sizes to invest in tourism. We have specific products designed for SMEs, which we are launching through, launching some of them in Biban. We have some of them are already active. We have specific products that are geared to large investors, and specific products that are geared for international investors as well. A lot of the offerings that we do is a hybrid between financial and non-financial offerings to ensure that all investments that are supported by TDF are fully aligned with the national tourism strategy and what we aim to achieve by 2030. So when we look at a project, we don't look at the market the way it is today. We look at what we envision the market will be in 2030 once all these large giga projects like Dir'iyya, Neom, and others are online, to ensure that the investor is primed and positioned to capture the right market at the right time.
And this strategy seems to be working quite successfully.
It is, of course, under the leadership of His Excellency Ahmed Al-Khatib, our chairman, who is also the Minister of Tourism, of course. We have already committed half of our capital, so around 8 billion riyals is already committed. We recently celebrated deploying the first 3 billion riyal worth of capital, so it's not only signing on papers, there's cash that left our accounts to the beneficiaries. A lot of them are projects that are under construction. We're very excited for 2025 because that's the year when a lot of these projects will become online. Naturally, we've been in the market for around four years. So considering that these are construction projects, next year we will be seeing a lot of our large projects come online.
Alhamdulillah, we're seeing the fruits of a lot of the work that we've been putting in the last couple of years in the spirit of Vision 2030 come live now. So you were mentioning 150 million guests by 2030 being a goal. We've already been able to hit 100 million, I believe, last year. So the tourism has been massively successful here. I believe it was the Crown Prince who said tourism is the new oil, right? It's a huge goal that we're trying to hit, and we've already deployed a significant amount. What has been the effect you've seen of these funds on the local ventures and their long-term sustainability?
The effect of our funds, you mean? Mm-hmm. I think if I rewind and look at how things were in 2020 when we were first established, it's just an exponentially increasing momentum. And if I zoom in on the small and medium enterprises, comparing the opportunity today versus the opportunity back then, it's completely different. Back then, I think even TDF, we were selling a promise, right? But having achieved the targets, 2030 targets last year, so our target was 100 million visitors, and we already achieved that last year. And with all these large projects coming online or partially coming online, this offers an incredible opportunity as well for SMEs to capture this market. And our doors are open. We recognize that we cannot absorb all of the market TDF. So we designed, by design, our SME programs to be in collaboration with all partners, government and private. We're partnering with all the local banks, with the fintechs, with the non-banking financial institutions. This is only for SME funding programs. We have programs with universities, with investment firms, with legal firms to provide non-financial support through our TDF Grow Center. And we have, we can spend hours here explaining how we got where we are today, but in a nutshell, we are, and this at the direction of His Excellency, our chairman, the minister, we cannot afford to develop a strategy and test it and then execute. We need to roll out strategies and execute, test them out and revise as we speak. We refreshed our strategy already 3 times to ensure that the offering that we have into the market is applicable, is useful, and is providing the right support that's needed for increasing segments as we go along.
And I think that's a great sign of success to have revised 3 times, because it means you're testing this out quickly enough and are changing in a way that's agile enough to be able to keep up with the pace of change. But it would be a lie to say that, you know, tourism investors wouldn't face any challenges when they come to the kingdom today, or if they're domestic investors even.
Well, if there are no challenges, maybe there wasn't the need to have TDF and the National Tourism Strategy to begin with. Definitely, it's a new sector. So there are challenges when it comes to funding, there are challenges when it comes to regulation, there are challenges when it comes to perception, reputation, all of those, but these are all identified, and as I said, continuous improvement. Every quarter we meet at the ecosystem level, His Excellency the Minister, Her Highness the Vice Minister, and all the leadership across all entities to see what's happening, what new markets are available to promote for, what new challenges arise, and with new solutions come new challenges, by the way. So the challenges we were facing in the first 2 years of operations are completely different than those that we're facing today. I would say the biggest challenges today is synergy and collaboration and availability of information. And that's both from an investor point of view and from a government entity point of view. A lot is happening at the same time. So without proper and close synergy, collaboration, and providing complementary services to the same audience, then you will be able to maximize the offering even further. And I'm describing what's being done today. So there are challenges that are under control. Again, what's really beautiful is that with each passing maybe quarter or each passing year, you can see that the challenges that we were talking about a year ago are not there anymore or reduced significantly. This is a testament of the efforts. I'm not talking about TDF. This is the effort of the entire government ecosystem. This is the trust and ambitions of the private sector, large, medium, and small enterprises all together. And this is the creativity that the private sector brings to the table that we are adapting to and aiming to capture, because tourism is driven by the private sector. I mean, 90% of the tourism entities in Saudi Arabia are SME enterprises from the private sector. We cannot, as a government, build the tourism sector and operate it. It has to be built and operated by the private sector, because there's a lot of innovation. Tourist experiences continuously changes, and you have to adapt your offering to these changes.
And what are some of the... So we're starting with a base in Saudi Arabia, obviously, that makes it a very attractive tourism destination regardless. And, you know, I can tell you why I think Saudi Arabia is a great tourism destination, but I would love to hear it from the strategy head of TDF. But specifically within that, you know, maybe a twofold question. So why is it such an attractive destination? And how do you, as part of TDF, work to make sure that these local ventures are featured prominently as part of that attraction?
Absolutely. So, again, and I would ask you to think of the targets that we have. So 150 million visitors, it's not just a nice number that we want to achieve. How did we come up with that number? It's because of all the beautiful assets we have in Saudi. So Saudi Arabia is like a continent. We have beautiful mountains, the most beautiful coast in the world, in the Red Sea coast, as well as the coast on the Arabian Gulf. We have a very unique culture and heritage in Saudi Arabia, and we have, you know, the desert, which is offers a beautiful tourist experience. Each destination in Saudi was studied. So what are the offerings that are available, or what natural assets we have in Riyadh versus Jeddah versus Hayil? So each area or each region has tourism clusters who have their own strategies as well. So we don't want to replicate the same projects or the same tourist experience that we will have in Riyadh to that one that we have in Al-Ula and in Al-Ahsa and etc. Each destination will have its unique offering, and that maximizes the value proposition and the strengths of that destination itself. With that, you can have a wide variety of tourism attractions across the kingdom. And you said you can speak about it as well. And I think as a Saudi, I discovered Saudi Arabia through my work in tourism, and I continue to discover and be amazed of the natural resources. Most importantly is the Saudi people. We have a term in Saudi Arabia, hafawa. We take pride in welcoming guests. And I mean, if we have any expats here, I hope they can testify to this. But this is one of the strengths that we're also leveraging. It's not only about the beautiful natural assets. It's not about the metropolitan cities in Riyadh and Jeddah. It's all the above. It's the natural assets with the human being, with the culture and heritage that we were able to enjoy over the past decades.
And according to TDF, there are 6 core sectors of tourism that you're supporting ventures across, right? So
Yeah.
what are these, and what are we doing across each one?
Let me even simplify it further. So the 6 are a simplification of the UN Tourism's definition of tourism activities, which are 12 subsectors. Basically, at TDF, we support everything from accommodation, retail, F&B, experiences, transportation, and otherwise. The easiest, my elevator pitch is anything that positively impacts the tourist experience, from the planning stage to travel, to lodging, and the activities that are being done in Saudi Arabia, hopefully, and back to sharing memories with family and friends. Everything in between is something that we support. We have already approved more than, now I'm talking about the direct support through TDF debt or equity, and I'll describe our efforts through the indirect programs as well. So directly, we approved around 130 projects with a total value of 40 billion riyals. And we are doing more. We have a lot in our pipeline. Through our indirect funding programs that are in collaboration with the banks, with the non-banking financial institutions, with the fintech entities and others that we are exploring as well, we supported more than 3,000 SMEs, small and medium. Many of those have gotten funding, executed their project or the business, and applied for another round of funding as well. So they are repeat customers. Are there challenges along the way? Definitely. We are logging these, improving, and we are still in the beginning of the journey. I think, personally speaking, as head of strategy at TDF, 15 billion is not nearly enough. We are complementing all the efforts that are being done by our strategic partners, PIF and its subsidiaries, the local and royal development authorities, as well as entities, of course, at their forefront is Munsha'at and the Ministry of Commerce and other ministries as well. So we share this, we either succeed together or fail together, and we are on the path to succeed, inshallah.
Inshallah. And, you know, thinking about all of the various SMEs we might have in the audience today and all of the local ventures that you work with on a daily basis, what are some of the challenges that you've seen them struggle with or overcome? What are some of the key lessons learned for those who want to go into tourism in Saudi?
Okay, so lessons that are for the SMEs themselves. I think the biggest advice is, first of all, ensure that you are aligned with the direction that the kingdom is heading to. So take some time to review the national tourism strategy, to review the regional strategies as well, those that are approved and published, and stay tuned for those that are coming in the pipeline. Again, Saudi Arabia's tourism today is going to be completely different than the way it will look like in 2030. Secondly, and this is truly based on my experience at TDF, the effort that is put in, and the effort and maybe money as well that is put into the studies and before launching a project will prove worthwhile down the road. Again, make sure you collaborate with the entities that are in charge of these strategies and refine your studies, make sure that they are done right, because again, what is being done, the more you study, the more accurate your feasibility study is today, the more you're able to anticipate even unplanned issues down the road. So there are the planned and known issues that you will be facing, that we will be challenging you on as a lender, for example, take these at heart and adopt these so that your project has a more likely chance to succeed. The other element that is maybe not relevant to TDF is there's a lot of data out there, whether they're published through the Ministry of Tourism, or they can be uncovered through site visits and otherwise. A project that succeeded in Riyadh might not succeed in Asir. A project that succeeded in London might not succeed in Riyadh. So simply replicating a success story is not enough. And that is advice that I give both to myself and to my brothers and sisters who are aiming to take the path of entrepreneurship in tourism.
That's great to hear. And then maybe to wrap up, you can explain to us a little bit about the different forms of support TDF can provide, because we've talked about direct funding, but I know that there's a lot that you guys do in terms of indirect funding, in terms of partnerships. What are some examples of that?
Again, I think the way we would like to see ourselves, TDF, we like to see ourselves as a key success partner. What does that mean? A lot of the times, entities approach TDF, they want funding, but they are not really ready yet for funding. And I'll give an example from the large side and from the SME side. An international investor might come, they might not know Saudi Arabia as well as we do, so there needs to be guidance on, okay, what fits your value proposition? You need a sun and sea location to build your resort that is, maybe mid-scale. You need to avoid this region and go to this region. Here are the investors, or here are the landlords who might, and so we do matchmaking with both landlords, investors who are local, and we do deal facilitation. Maybe we would crowd in the banks as well, not only provide funding directly. All the above is being done at different scales to large. In some cases, we identify the land, lead the feasibility studies, concept development, and go out proactively and sell. When I say sell, and I mean market them. We don't sell them for a fee to investors, operators, and others who might be interested in the opportunities. For SMEs specifically, we have, in addition to our financial products, TDF Grow. TDF Grow offers non-financial services to SMEs. So you might be an idea owner, it's just an idea. You would graduate from TDF Grow with a fundable project, either by TDF or otherwise. You might elect to proceed to fully fund your projects yourself, or you might seek funding from elsewhere, whether it's equity or guarantees or debt. So it's, in a simple terms, it's a 360-degree support. We even offer introductions. We support entities to meet with other entities. We would be more than happy to introduce investors to Munsha'at, PIF, regional authorities, Ministry of Investment, and we have done so in the past and continue to do so in the future.
Thank you so much for all the incredible work that you do, and thank you for your time today.
You're most welcome. Thank you very much. شكرا جزيلا جميعا.
شكرا زميلتي.
Thank you so much. And for the guest speaker about speaking about tourism, thank you so much. The upcoming session is very special. Some hearing us around the auditorium or the theater, the best player will be here in 2000. Thank you so much for clapping. Thank you, thank you, thank you. In 2000, he has a pandol, not just the best player across the world, but he is one of the most important players in football, the modern history of football, but also he's an entrepreneur and a special success entrepreneurship and also investor in this field, moving from this kind of stardom in football all the way up to entrepreneurship and the great excellence, great on expertise, experience, and the audience and the fans and the fandom. And I'm one of them. Over the 3 days, me and Luis Figo will be sitting together. So we really deserve to be proud of such great stars coming from the countries inside and outside the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And this is a special pan discussion to speak about entrepreneurship from the best footballer player, moving from the pitch or the playground to head of board of directors. and not something that is easy. We have a special event, more details yet to be revealed about the upcoming session. Allow me to welcome on stage the moderator, Mr. Airy and Mr. Luis Vigo.
Good afternoon.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening, good evening. Welcome to Biban Prime Time, as I like to call it. And it's an absolute pleasure to be here this evening. And I hope all of you have been enjoying the conference so far. My name is Ari Matitiahu, and I'll be moderating tonight's fireside chat. And it's my pleasure to sit with a true legend in the world of football, Mr. Luis Figo. Luis, you've been known for a 20-year career with clubs like Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Inter Milan. And you've had a professional career that most people can only dream of. And with 127 caps for Portugal, 900 games played, winning 8 league titles, you really are considered the most renowned player in your generation. And you continue to advise sports and the sport of football as an executive presidential advisor for UEFA. Luis seamlessly transitioned from the soccer field to the boardroom. He's now a co-founder of the innovative Dream football app and a serious investor in startups. And he continues to leave an incredible mark, not just in sports, but also in the business and tech landscapes. So today, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to dive into his experiences, his insights on leadership and investment, and his special connection with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Luis Figo.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Luis, when you hear what I just said, your incredible career, what does that do to you? What does that trigger to you? What does that bring back? What memories go through your head when you hear all the wonderful things that happened to you during your career?
Well, I think when I remember and I think about my old start when I was young, I always dreamed to be a football player. I had the references of big names, first in Portugal and then internationally. And like a kid, you always have your dreams, no? And in that time, my dream was to be a professional football player. So I think the most important that I remembered was the effort that I made to achieve my goals, the passion that I had for my profession. First was a hobby, and then, of course, passing the years was more real, more like a job, a profession. So, but I wanted to to follow that dream like a young kid. I think example like so many kids that start to dream to be like a scientist, football player, fireman, whatever. But I was really fighting for that, working hard, and the mix of talent, passion, dedication, I think that allowed me to achieve that goals.
Now, you mentioned when you were a kid, and I remember, I think you grew up in a place called Almada,
Yeah.
Portugal. And your first experience with a football, I believe, was just on the streets. Can you tell me, let's go back to the days of just playing football on the streets. Is that where it really all started? Did your parents push you to it, or did you find the sport on your own?
No, my parents never pushed me to do or to be a football player or to force me to do whatever they thought in that moment. I think the most important for them that I was having education, to study, and of course to practicing sports is always healthy and is a complement for that age, no? But I think it's the difference between that generation and now is that the facilities that we have now is much more professionals, academies, football clubs, because in that time I was just having fun, playing in the street with my friends. We put just 4 stones to make a goal and play 1 against 1. Maybe because of that, that experience to play 1 against 1 in the street, I was prepared for my adventure in professional level to play my position and to dribble and to have that skills, no? Maybe. So I think comparing with now is much more improvement in terms of facilities, what is good, but it's not the same essence and naturally from the beginning in that generation. So that is the difference. Of course, you take positive things from both, but my experience starts like a futsal futsal player than probably what it is now, 7 against 7, 11 against 11 size. No?
You know, 900 games played. Let's reflect on your career a little bit. What would you say were the defining moments that shaped you as both an athlete as well as a leader?
Well, I think athlete, you always improve or want to improve, be competitor, be really a good professional, improve with your teammates. But I think being a leader, you a little bit born with that personality. In myself, for example, if you call me leader, I didn't never act or wanted to be a model showing that I'm a leader. I think the things comes naturally, or you have charisma or you don't have charisma, you have personality, depends of each one, no? I think the most important example of a leader, you have to have charisma, no? And with your example, inside of a team, you show the way that you are, and because of that, I think your teammates follow your way, follow your goals, and is what makes you an example for them.
You know, just to add to that, I believe there was one of your former players quoted that during the hardest times on the football field, they never saw you get mad. They always saw you put your head down, you knew exactly what to do, and they fed off of that energy and that trust. And it was quoted that one of your former teammates said that it was so inspiring to see that level of leadership and focus. Is that what you maintain today as well, even off of the football pitch?
No, I was mad a lot of times. I was mad a lot of times when the things not going like you wish, or you have a bad day, you had a bad result, or you see that things not exactly how should go. Sometimes you have to be mad in the good sense, in a good example, to wake up a little bit all the situation that you are living. But I think the most important when you are in a team, when you play like a team, is to be a good example, to sacrifice for your teammates, and to show the way that you are competitive and you always want to win and improve. That is the most important thing.
Let's talk about sacrifice for a second, because I want to bring you back to a time where it might be a little difficult, because the world was certainly in pain, and that was the transfer between Barcelona to Real Madrid. And at the time of that transfer, really the world was in shock. And you know, you would go on to mention that it took a toll on you when you went from Barcelona to Real Madrid. And I think you used the word, you felt like a cobayo, a guinea pig at one time. Why was that? And why was that transfer so hard for you?
I think you should be in Europe and knows what is Barcelona and Madrid, the rivalry. No, I think it's two of the biggest clubs in the world,
right.
the same country. So that time it was the most expensive transfer in the world. What I was meaning for Barcelona, and of course my decision was taking. Or started with the missing of recognizing what I was doing for the club, and of course was tough. Was a difficult summer for myself because it's not an easy decision to change all my life and go for the rival. So and I live a very pressure weeks before I decided what to do. So I think. In the end, that helps me to be more strong and be more mature, and to start a new challenge in a new city and a new club.
You know, I want to also ask you about how your mental health was at that point, because when you transferred and the fans were revolting in a sense. You had people burning, I think it was a pig's head at the time in protest. How did that affect your game when you started? How did you not let that affect your game? Going on to doing extraordinary things with the team. Talk to us about that mental health, and how did you not let that get to you? And you went on to just do incredible things, not only in Real Madrid, but in Inter Milan as well.
Well, I think that time no one speak about mental health. I think it was a thing that never came up. No one was talking about that situation. But I can speak about my experience. Of course, was a lot of pressure, a lot of difficult situations that I passed. But in the end, you know, when you are a professional, what I did, I don't know how I passed through so many pressure, but my focus was to be prepared the better as possible to what could come. No, so how I can be prepared. I can train most hard as possible to be physically prepared. I can mentally be focused on what I should do in the pitch and try to abstract a little bit what is outside. So what I was trying to do. So I think the pressure to me maintain me alert, maintain me awake. So I will always deal well with the pressure. But sometimes, you know, the pressure takes you to the limits, and you cannot perform like you want, no? But I think personally, I always deal well with the pressure because they make me awake.
You know, with over 4 billion football fans globally, soccer has really dominated as the most watched sport. What does the sport need to do today and in the future to keep that trend, in your opinion?
Well, I think the football is the #1 sport in the world in terms of fans, in terms of support. What we have to do, I think we have to try to be every day more attractive for the fans, for the younger generations, because in these days is the big challenge is that because you compete with another sports, you compete with so many platforms, entertainment platforms that sometimes with so many games, the people is a little bit focused in other situations, no? So it's the big challenge for the future, in my opinion, is how to make the football continue to be attractive for everyone.
Before we move on to the next topic, I have one last question. In a few days, we'll mark almost 24 years since you won the Ballon d'Or trophy. I believe December 19th, the year was 2000, and I remember exactly where I was. I was in school when you won that. Almost 24 years later, can you reflect on it? What was it like winning the European legendary trophy at the time?
That makes me a little bit old, no? 24 years ago, wow. No, of course, until today is honor. I feel very proud for that moment. I think it's a unique moment for a football player because it's a privilege to have the chance to win a so important and prestigious award. And I think in the same time, I feel that for sure I make something good in football. I make my own history. I make my own career, but I feel it too like a word of my career, what I did all these years in football. So I'm very proud and honored for that.
Let's talk for a second about your personal foundation. After leaving the sport professionally, you started the Luis Figo Foundation. Can you tell us a little bit about the foundation and what it's doing, and why did you start it in the first place?
No, I have to correct you because I started my foundation 20 years ago. I still was inactive. So, of course, was idea that I had in that moment because I wanted to give back for the community what football gave it to me so many years. So I started in 2004, so 20 years ago, like I said, and the mission was to try to help in Portugal, basically, because every country needs help in different areas. So through the sport, to try to help in different areas like education, sport, health, social integration, different institutions and projects. And so we started, and until now we had helped so many people, so many institutions, so many kids, and this is one of the proudest things that I did in my life.
After you finished being a professional football player, you transitioned now to an entrepreneur. Walk us through the app that you created, Dream Football, and what are its core features? Where did you come up with the idea? Walk us through that.
Well, it's one of the projects that I have. It's a tech platform that we saw that maybe the talent of every kid that want to show his talent, they don't have a platform or a moment or a scout that can see their skills. So it's just a platform that you can upload your videos showing your skills, and then we have a collaboration with different clubs, and we have evaluation of our own professionals that evaluate the videos of the kids that upload in a hub, and with that collaboration with the clubs, we free. We don't charge nothing. We give that information for the clubs, and after the clubs decide if they wanted to call the kid to approve or for a test or to get in that club.
Now, you're now really a serial entrepreneur and investor. You have investments in wine, mining, hotels, restaurants, clothing. What are some of the criteria that you seek, that you look into when making those venture plays? Walk us through that mindset of being a former athlete and now a turned entrepreneur. What are you using as a criteria that you learned as an athlete to make those investments?
Well, I like business, so maybe because of that I have a lot of areas of investment. So I think different facts that I choose. Sometimes is the feeling that you have, not only with the idea, but with the people that present you that idea. After, I think, depends on the area of investment. Right now, I invest in food, I invest in real estate, I invest in mining, in phosphate. So it's a mix of everything, but I follow too a lot my feeling in terms of the moment, of the person, and of the project.
So you focus more on the person and their qualities and their ability than you do about the project. Is that correct?
Well, I think it's a mix because the talent is very important of the people, the serious, the honestly, and of course the idea have to enthusiasm you.
With a minute left, I want to just turn to the topic of the kingdom. I mean, your passion for identifying potential in young talent is clearly evident with your app. How do you think the initiatives like your app can bridge the talent gap in emerging football markets such like Saudi and the Middle East?
Well, I think it's a platform that gives the opportunity, and in life everyone needs the opportunity to show the talent. But of course you have to follow your dream. And this is an opportunity for everyone who thinks that the talent will achieve that dream to show it. And we just show that talent. No?
And lastly, what lessons would you share with the young athletes and even entrepreneurs here at Biban to transition from maybe sports to the business world?
Well, in my experience, I always work hard with my talent, that I was never the best in the younger in my team, so I work hard. I follow that dream that I had, but mixing with being a good professional and know how to play like a team. So we have to work like a team, identify the talent, learn from that people, and of course wanted to be the number one. So with that, I think it's much more easy to achieve your goals.
Well, Luis, it has been an absolute pleasure to have you on stage here at Biban. Thank you so much for everything you're doing on and off of the football pitch.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Luis Figo.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. That was a lovely session. Do we have any athlete lovers here? Yes, محبين الكرة. أين أنتم؟
Football fans, please.
أكيد استمتعتوا.
So you should have enjoyed this session. The previous one we did enjoy as well. This kind of session will be talking about AI in the age of entrepreneurship and how important AI has been successful so for many years, and it is the future of everything.
And our moderator for this session is the one and only Adwa Dekhin. Adwa, please join me on stage. Welcome her, ladies and gentlemen, Adwa Dekhin.
Yeah, hello, sahla.
Welcome, welcome.
And thanks to everyone that's attending on a Thursday night.
I know.
In the middle of a huge event, Biban24, with entrepreneurs, innovators, and change makers.
They must be really committed being here on a Thursday night. That's a good
Definitely.
point, Adwa. So tell me more about the session coming up.
So we're very excited. We have incredible and very esteemed panelists. And we're going to be speaking not only about AI. I know it's a very trending topic, but more importantly about entrepreneurship using AI. So it's a different perspective, I would say, and especially for the corporates, governmental entities, and scale-ups around, you need to tune in to what we're going to be talking about.
Well, that's very exciting. I will leave you to it. Please call your panelists.
Thank you very much. All right, please help me welcome Baruch Cheth, co-founder and CEO of GovShop, Fred Berry, founding partner in Berry Advisory, and Mr. Thamer Al-Balla, founder and CEO of Al-Fayota. Come on, you can do better. Bigger round of applause, please. Thank you. حياكم الله. All right, so we have an incredible and very huge topic as well today. It's a mix of two things: entrepreneurship, Gen AI. I know each one deserves a few hours of discussion, so we're going to do our best merging both major concepts into 24 minutes. Before we start off, Mr. Baroud, we'd love to know more about GovShop. I know you're the founder and CEO, but if you can tell us about what you do in GovShop and how do you use Gen AI as well towards your activities?
Sure. Can you hear me okay? Okay. So my name is Birur Shade. I'm the co-founder and CEO of GovShop. The word GovShop itself means conversation, like girgir in Arabic. And that's what we do. We focus on enabling conversational AI between enterprises and their consumers. So imagine if every business or brand can build a ChatGPT-like AI agent that a consumer could interact with to get deals and offers, to discover new products, to purchase, to pay for it, and then also get customer support and get problems resolved. So, we have 50,000 customers across 120 countries, including in Saudi Arabia. We have Petromin, Nadi, and many other customers. So very excited to be here. And even before this, I've been a serial entrepreneur. I founded a company called Upwork, which it's a public company, did online freelancing. And yeah, so happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Incredible. Can I see a quick show of hands? How many of you have used Upwork, the freelance? Look at that.
Yeah.
So that's a huge testament of all of your achievements, and I'm sure GovShop will even reach bigger heights. Thank you for that, and thank you for being with us. Mr. Fred, you're the partner in Barry.
Growth and customer centricity mindset that I'm putting in application now in my company. I'm in the GCC for 5 years. I created a venture for a large company called Majidal Full-Time, and I've been in startup before. Now I've decided to give back to the community by helping corporates and startups to drive growth through customer centricity and also leveraging AI.
Beautiful. Pleasure to have you with us. Tamer, Alfayota, mashallah, tabarakallah, is one of the leading companies in AI. That's not only a Saudi company, but also leading on a global scale. Can you tell us more about what you do?
Yeah, of course. So basically, Alfayota is specialized AI and data in healthcare. We get incepted in the market in 21. We've been working with decision makers and mainly government to try to help them to utilize the data and help them to create a better infrastructure, data infrastructure, where actually they will be ready to adopt AI technology. Moreover, we also help them to design their own unique use cases where they can harness the power of AI by utilizing their own data. I would say the passion that we have in Alfayota actually is trying to work with the government as partners. So basically what we are trying to do is to invest in the infrastructure that they have and try to run and operate that infrastructure for them, where we can convert untapped resource to probably a revenue stream in the future. And as you understand, Saudi Arabia, and based on the vision that also the government, they are going into privatization and trying to utilize their assets or commercialize it somehow with, revenue share model with the private and the public as well.
Beautiful. And I'm sure it's a huge industry, not just for Alfayota, but also on a global scale. This could be transformed beautifully. Thank you for that. And I think going into our topic today, before we start on the use of Gen AI, we'd like to understand your perspectives of entrepreneurship versus entrepreneurship. If you would like to start.
Well, sure. I think it's really, to me, entrepreneurship is entrepreneurship inside the company. It's a startup within a corporation, perhaps. And, it's a very thin line. I think it encourages even people who are employees in a large company to feel creative, to take initiative, to take risk, to try different things. and so on. And ultimately, you know, if you think about it these days, there are new technologies emerging. Every business has to keep reinventing itself. And if it didn't encourage entrepreneurs within the company, then, you know, they will suffer, and at some point they might perish as well, right? So you cannot stand still. You have to keep innovating and encouraging internal employees to try out new things, which once successful, they can scale it up on a much bigger way. I mean, that's what I think about entrepreneurship.
We definitely need much more of that.
Absolutely.
Mr. Fred, I will alter the question. If you can tell us your perspective of entrepreneurship and from your experience, the use cases you've seen of companies or organizations using that concept.
Yes, I think it's an excellent question these days because we are trying to empower employees. The talent is big in the region. We want them to grow and nurture. I've seen what we call entrepreneurship at Amazon. At Amazon, there is a culture of ownership. You encourage people to create their own project, you create a document, it's called a working backwards culture from the customer. You need to draft what is it you want to achieve, what is the market you have, and how big it is, and how does it look like. It gets approved, but the culture of ownership is also the culture of bias for action. It's two leadership principles at Amazon. This is at every level at Amazon. What I've seen also in Majid Al Futtaim, I was an entrepreneur that was actually very empowered because I was a general manager. I was empowered to create an organization within the organization that became its own P&L. So that's also another level of entrepreneurship. At the end of the day, the mindset is you drive something by yourself, you need to grow it, you need to know your market and how you market from a customer perspective.
Beautiful. And congrats on all of your achievements as well with Amazon and now with Berry Advisory. Mr. Tamer, if we zoom into Saudi and we look at the entrepreneurship scene, how would you rate this year in the concept or utilization of entrepreneurship versus the previous years, and in your case within Alpha Iota as well?
Yeah, well, basically, I mean, we were talking backstage, and we were discussing that, you know, the change happened in 2024, especially in the local market here, that, you know, organization management, they start encouraging people to be more entrepreneur, be innovative, try to bring an idea. Moreover, they are trying, the management, they start creating a culture of, you know, ideation where no idea is wrong. Just try to bring the idea in, discuss it, brainstorm about it, and then probably that will come up with to be formulated into a product or a service or something that, you know, could be a new business model for the company. So the idea is, for me, entrepreneurship, it's about the culture of organization. So if you have a positive, encouraging culture for entrepreneurship, I mean, you hit the jackpot. Basically, people or employees, they want to be listened, they want to feel belonging, and they would like to express themselves. So if you gave them this ability, and I would say our Crown Prince Mohammed, he facilitated such an environment all over Saudi by telling people, you know, just do it. If you have an idea, just tell us what it is. If you want to support, those government entities, they can support you to create your idea and make the dream a reality. So I would say 2024, it's something incredible when it comes to entrepreneurship.
Beautiful. And I think since you mentioned our Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, what he always says when he hires is he's looking for people with passion.
Correct.
And without passion, you can't really have that sense of entrepreneurship or entrepreneurs within an organization. With that being said, let's get into our main topic today, which is Gen AI and entrepreneurship. My first question, which I would love to understand, also, Mr. Baroud, is your perspective on how can Gen AI, with the definitions and the evolution we're seeing today, accelerate the use of entrepreneurship within organizations?
Well, that's a great question, right? I mean, when you think about it, firstly, Gen AI enables anybody to be creative, right? Simply asking, for example, if you ask ChatGPT, here's what my company does, what are some suggestions you have on making it better? Suddenly there could be a lot of ideas, there's a lot of creativity and so on. So it reduces the cost of creativity. usually it takes time to come up with or explore ideas and so on, right? So that's one part of it. The other part of it is cost of experimentation. You could, if you came up with an idea, you could test it again with some of these Gen AI models, and they're pretty good because in a way Gen AI has looked at, these models have read the whole internet, so to speak. They've seen every variation, every experiment that's been done before. There are these digital twins that have also been created, which are specialized models of factories or businesses that you can test different ideas with, right? So really, it reduces the cost of ideation. That's the first part. Then, when it comes to execution, Gen AI also reduces the cost of execution. Because imagine if you want to create a prototype website or a prototype AI chatbot or something like that, it's very easy to create it. Even if you're not technical, you can get some of these code written. You can get marketing collateral, press releases, all of it. You can really create a prototype to test the idea and things like that, right? And I think finally, it just sort of, the reason why, in spite of many companies wanting to innovate, they're not able to foster entrepreneurship is because the cost of creativity, the cost of execution, the risk of failure, and all that is high. And when you use Gen AI, it dramatically reduces the cost. It reduces the downside of any failure, if you will, and it dramatically increases the learning opportunity. So I think it's a great accelerator of entrepreneurship.
Absolutely, and you mentioned corporate or organizations being fearful of failure or of not having enough governance mechanisms to make all of their team members become entrepreneurs. And I think with that, now they don't have an excuse. And without Fred, we would love to know from your perspective and your experience, what are the tools, building off of what Mr. Biroud mentioned as well, what are the tools of using Gen AI that can contribute organizations to support entrepreneurship?
Well, I think it's a great topic that we can also think back about what Sam Altman has said from OpenAI, that we are going to see soon the first one-man show startup reaching $1 billion valuation as a unicorn. This means that anybody will be able to go from ideation with brainstorming with an AI to proposing a business plan, business model, but also in parallel to have a project plan, marketing approach, marketing penetration, customer persona identification, all this phase that you would normally hire people for, that will be done through multiple type of AIs. We have also the text-to-image generation and soon the text-to-video that is very mature, meaning that your marketing assets don't need to be created by an agency as well. You can create this end-to-end market, and we are seeing as we speak like the coding approach, the independent agent able to code a full-on application. It means that if we translate that into an entrepreneur in a company, this person can also carry out a lot of effort himself without the need to hire anybody else. You can even extrapolate that you can hire one intern to do that, or 2 or 3 interns to do that. And you will see a lot of mature products that will have required 10 probably people to achieve the same. It's the problem with that, though, just to balance a little bit, is if you are a generalist, very capable, you know that it's a good creative for marketing. You know it's a good business analysis. You know it's a good project plan. If you're extremely junior, you cannot know that. So the risk is we are going to see a shift in the type of people we have in companies from specialists, like an engineer, a product manager, or like a marketing manager, to a generalist using AI.
You reminded me of, this is funny, but a meme I saw yesterday. Someone was saying, me putting all of my company secrets into ChatGPT just because I want a simple answer.
Yeah.
So, and this is, I think, a major question as well, but if you can help us with a few tools based on your experience as well, what would be those tools of using Gen AI?
Well, I do believe personally that you need to brainstorm. So there is ChatGPT, Claude, we have also Perplexity that you need to benchmark and cross-reference. But maybe also one angle is companies cannot use those tools because it's leaking information on their own data. You don't know actually. And in Saudi, the regulation is very strict on that. You need to have local data, in the cloud data. And you need to use open source model as well. So the complexity with companies setting up this environment is you need to build your own AI locally, and you have to fine-tune it on your own proprietary data. But in terms of marketing tooling, and so you have image generation like DALL-E, you have a lot of, even ChatGPT can generate images. You have like a lot of tools like gamma.app where you can put a prompt and it will generate a full-on presentation. As a startup founder now, you have no excuse to not create a good-looking presentation. And you can even have a conversational agent, text, voice, in Arabic, in English, in whatever language you want. All of that is at your disposal. It's a matter of what tool do I need to use, rather than there is no tool for me.
Yes, noted. And I would just like to add one of these top tools is also Gupshop. So everyone has to add that as a number one tool, of course.
Absolutely,
Yes. Mr. Tamer, we spoke about Gen AI in entrepreneurship, and we can't assume everything is easy. So I know there are, especially with the concept of entrepreneurship, corporates or even organizations, as our esteemed panelists also mentioned, they might find resistance in changing their mechanisms or systems to adapt towards entrepreneurship. I want to know your perspective of how can Gen AI help overcome the challenges of organizations adopting entrepreneurship?
Well, I mean, basically, today, I will give you a use case that we work on in one of the government entities, okay? One of their problems is actually they want to free the employee time to be able actually to be creative and innovative. You know, eliminating the repetitive process that they have to do every day, it's a headache. You know, human beings, they are not built actually to do things, the same thing every day, every day, every day. And this is actually have an effect in their psychological. Moreover, they start, you know, I would say, numbing their creativity. So they lose the ability to be innovative. So by adapting some sort of an agent, AI agent, for those repetitive, I would say, process, actually you give the employee more liberty to be, you know, creative thinking, to be participant in the innovative, you know, process within the organization. Moreover, any employee in any organization, if they feel that they are appreciated to come up with an idea, believe me, people, they are willing to share their minds. The only thing that you have to lay down the foundation of that, you know, positive, creativity, innovative, and if there is any awarding system, that will be much better. You know, people, they would like to be awarded. It doesn't have to be per se in kind. Sometimes, you know, saying a good thing about them, being recognized that this is his idea or her idea. This is enough for people to, you know, go to the moon and back. So I would say top down, adapting a mindset of, you know, encouraging creativity, it will give, you know, a power more than 1,000 AI agents. AI is a tool. A tool will do nothing if the entire organization culture doesn't support that, you know, initiative. You know, at the beginning of the vision, when Prince Mohammed, you know, announced it, people, they were skeptic about those, you know, initiatives, even the world. Today, when we saw the first initiatives, you know, being success and we see it in the ground, now we want to do everything. We want to even, most of the goals and initiatives being already exceeded. So we raise the bar again. I mean, people, they are very competitive by nature. If I see you doing something good, I want to do something better. But if we are competing, you know, for the success of an organization with the encouragement and the fostering of the management, I mean, this is the ultimate environment. And I was talking to Fred earlier that, you know, Amazon didn't afraid of change. And they did it multiple times. But, you know, the major change that we knew Amazon about is they used to sell books. But when they saw an infrastructure that they can do more than, you know, selling books, Where Amazon today? Amazon, they are in the space, they are in the data, they are in the infrastructure, and they are in the e-commerce as well. So it's all about, the mindset.
Absolutely, absolutely. I know this could go on for hours, and I'm really enjoying this, and I can't believe there's around 4 minutes remaining or 4.5 minutes remaining. But I want to get to the gist of what we spoke about. We've established that Gen AI accelerates entrepreneurship, and this is where I want to come to you, Mr. Baroud. Is what are examples of organizations, especially in your experience in both GovShop and Upwork and your ecosystem, what are the organizations adopting Gen AI and what's the impact so far?
Yeah, I think, so firstly, right, when an organization wants to adopt Gen AI, it's not like they can just take an LLM off the shelf and deploy it, right? Usually what they need to do, there are these techniques like fine-tuning, prompt engineering, RAG and agentic architectures to set up guardrails, safety, and so on before you can deploy it with customers or even with employees, right? And then in terms of specific customers, we have, we work with customers across banking, retail, travel, education, hospitality, healthcare, and government agencies. So banks, for example, are, imagine a relationship manager. If you create an AI version of that a consumer can use to check balances, to do transactions, to get support, to open a new account, do KYC, all of those things. In retail, it's useful for product discovery, again, transactions, payments, order taking, even returns, cancellations, and so on, right? And so in hospitality, making bookings for flights or hotels, changing, upgrades, cancellations, and so on, or finding more travel information. And you can go through every industry or vertical, look at the entire customer life cycle from, whether it's acquiring new customers, marketing to them, selling and transacting with them, or support across that entire customer life cycle. Businesses across all of these industry verticals are using it. And maybe the last interesting thing is even government agencies, right? When you think about Vision 2030, one of the biggest aspects of it is efficiency, digital, and so on. And here's a way in which you can engage every citizen, every traveler providing e-gov services where simply, for a consumer, just through WhatsApp or RCS, just by messaging either through text or voice, you can get everything done, right? And instead of having to go through lots of, websites or look at a lot of information, here you get the most helpful assistant, that speaks to you in natural language, could even speak in different languages, like visitors to Saudi Arabia come from so many different countries. So each can interact with all these services in their own language and so on. So I think it's really incredibly powerful, the possibilities, and that's what many organizations are doing, especially our customers. Yeah.
Beautiful. And we're just at the tip of the iceberg of what Gen AI can do.
It's just begun, yes.
Definitely. Back to you, Fred. What do you assume the rest of that iceberg looks like in the next 3 years?
I do believe that there is a lot of improvements to be made with generative AI as such. And I also do believe that these days we talk about AI and we think only about generative AI. And that's also not correct, because generative AI is a lot of things, but it's not two things, deterministic and it's not predictable. It's something that you cannot actually achieve with generative AI. It means that if you want an exact answer for the same question, Gen AI is challenging to achieve that. That's why OpenAI is releasing like the structured output as a feature, for example, to ensure that the output is always the same structure. I think the evolution of Gen AI will be around make sure that your AI does not hallucinate. Your AI is easy to train. Your AI is real-time in terms of information, because right now it's limited in time and you need to supplement this with techniques. And I'm seeing a lot of challenges when companies want to implement an open source model. They need to update the model very frequently, which is a very challenging thing because the models are getting released every 6 months. And large companies, they don't have the capacity to do that every or twice a year. So the evolution is definitely going that direction in text. And I think the evolution in image and video are getting more and more mature, to the point that we can replace marketing agencies entirely when it comes to create marketing campaigns, advertising, whether it's short video or images.
Excellent. Mr. Tamer, advice you have for the AI entrepreneurs or the aspiring entrepreneurs that are Saudi that want to create the next unicorn Gen AI company?
Well, I mean, there is no one idea, actually. You know, it depends on the market and what are the use cases that you are looking at. For me, in the healthcare sector specifically, I can see where actually the patient interaction, you know, how to make how to utilize the Gen AI into the patient portal, patient interaction layer, where they actually help the patient faster instead, you know, of, you know, waiting at the call centers or probably the front desk and so on and so forth. Moreover, Gen AI into research, biotech research, or medical research as well. It's a very powerful source of finding an information from millions of data sources in no time. The only thing that, you know, we need to be aware of is to be self-aware and where actually we need to respect the IPs. We need to make sure that we validate the data that we are, you know, using. That, you know, it is. I would say you have the permission to use it, and to maintain a proper privacy and security of those data as well. And, you know, rather than that, there is no one use case or there is no one model that I would recommend. The idea is, again, and this is what I'm saying, you know, if during the era of internet, you know, and computer, we were saying that if you don't know how to use computer, then go and train yourself to use a computer, because no one will hire you if you don't have that basic skill. Today, I would say, if you want to get a job or you want to make a business, go and learn what AI can help you to do, because without AI, no one will look at you. And we have another saying in medical that, you know, a physician with AI would replace a physician without anyone. So.
Absolutely, absolutely. Wow, what a beautiful end to our panel. Mr. Biroud, Mr. Fred, Mr. Tamer, thank you so much for your time. I learned so much from this panel, and I am truly grateful for having the honor to be with you on stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Please,
much.
biggest round of applause for our esteemed panel.
Many thanks to our dear moderator, Adwa Dakhil, and of course we extend our thanks to her panelists for the previous session. And now let's dive right into our next session, talking about flavors of tomorrow, about exploring opportunities in food and beverages. Exactly, and for that I would like to call our moderator, Yasmin Khwatir. Please join me on stage, Yasmin. How are you this evening?
Great, thank you. How are you doing?
So tell me more about this session. What should we expect from it?
Well, we're very excited to have with us two incredible founders to talk about the different opportunities we can see in the food and beverage sector, which is famously a really challenging sector to be in, but one that's also growing rapidly in Saudi right now. So we'll be talking about the different opportunities here, the different challenges we're facing, and what's really got us excited about the future of F&B in Saudi.
Well, the sector of F&B is evolving around the world and specifically in Saudi, so let's hear about it. Please go ahead and call your guests.
Thank you so much. Please help me in welcoming onto the stage our two panelists. Mr. Salman Atiya and Ms. Latif Al-Walan. Thank you both so much for being here today to talk about opportunities in food and beverage. And to get started, maybe you guys could give us a little bit about your background in this space and what you do in it today.
Sure. Thank you, Yasmin. Guys, can you hear me clearly? Raise my voice a little bit. Okay, excellent. Thank you, Yasmin, and thanks everyone for having us today. Lovely صراحة turnout in Biban, and congratulations to Munshaat on having such a successful exhibition. My name is Latifa Al-Wa'lan. I invented the first ever Arabic coffee machine, turned that idea from a sketch on a paper to a real product, and then took it to mass production and scaled that business, alhamdulillah. I exited around 2018 and I joined now. I run Endeavor. It's a global organization that supports entrepreneurs to scale and then pay it forward.
Thank you for having me. My name is Salman Atiya. I've previously founded 2 restaurants and successfully exited them. During that experience, I discovered there was a large gap in the supply chain serving the small and medium F&B operators. So I decided to found Jumlati. Jumlati is a one-stop shop solution for supply and finance for small and medium restaurants in KSA.
Incredible. Thank you so much for being here today. Let's begin perhaps by talking about the local context. So as we all know, there are a lot of people interested right now in coming to Saudi and starting their startups here, investing here, etc. What are some important local considerations for the F&B market here?
So Yasmin, it's interesting. As part of being active as a global network, we receive a lot of requests from successful entrepreneurs who've built their own franchising business with brands across the globe and then want to explore expanding into Saudi. And the landscape had changed in the last few years, not even in the last 10 years, where a lot of Saudi local concepts have developed and dominated the market. Starting a burger joint or bringing in a global burger joint, let's say 10, 20 years ago from outside, would have seen success. Now, alhamdulillah, we've seen a lot of Saudi founders who've started local F&B brands, scaled them, and the market is mainly dominated by local players. And that's why we always advise entrepreneurs, especially in F&B, to really come and build roots here, have local partners, understanding the local context, because succeeding in Saudi is not easy.
Right. Yeah, so interestingly enough, in Saudi Arabia, even though when you drive around, you think there are a lot of restaurants and cafes, statistically, there is 1,500 restaurants per million, and this is one of the lowest ratios in the world. So if you compare Europe, it's around 4,000 per million. Our neighbors in UAE, it's around 3,000 per million. So not only do we expect a population growth via immigration, there's also tourism. Just the ratio itself means that there's about $20 billion of growth in the next 10 years in this industry. Contextually, locally, there's a supply chain challenge. So when we look at in more established economies, a small and medium operator will classically order from 3 to 7 vendors. Today, because of the fragmented nature of the industry, and it's growing really fast, a small restaurant has to order from over 30 vendors. So there's a complexity added and additional cost that's unnecessary. Yeah.
And when we're talking about this supply chain, we can agree that it has seen a couple of shocks in the past few years, whether that was from COVID or from geopolitical tensions. It gets hard to ensure that you have a secure pipeline of inventory for your restaurant. How can technology help us ease sort of either that shock or to help enable secure supply consistently for restaurants?
Sure. So there are a couple of ways. So let's first talk about increasing local content or sourcing locally. When you look at sourcing for a restaurant, there's 3 high-level buckets. So you've got vegetation, livestock, and manufacturing. And within these 3, there are many technologies that can obviously enhance. But there are 4 common ones, which I believe, if we create the right environment for them, can encourage entrepreneurs to come, and then that would eventually encourage solutions in this sector. So the 4 of them are, first of all, water. So how can we optimize the use of water? Second is, how can we optimize the use of energy? Third is data. How can we ensure we can analyze data efficiently to know which opportunities to go after? And fourth is supply chain. So if there are any, within these 4 sectors, if we can create the right environment, the right incentives for entrepreneurs who specialize in these 4 segments, we can eventually then enhance livestock, vegetation, and manufacturing locally, which then would allow for greater local content and reduce importation.
And when we're thinking about the front end, there's also a lot of innovation happening there, right? So you don't just have traditional sit-down restaurants anymore. You have a lot of cloud kitchens opening. You have a lot of people relying on delivery. What are some of the startups you see in F&B that are changing business models and disrupting this space?
I'll take this. One of my proudest moments was 2 weeks back, and I was I parked the car and I walked with my son Nasser into one of an interesting shop, one of these small mom and pop shops. And I walked in and they were trying to innovate in the experience for people visiting the shop. My proudest moment was seeing the whole payment kiosk and the order receiving kiosk being fully developed by the Saudi local company, Foodex, for example. اليوم, if you walk into like the McDonald's of the world, you no longer need to wait in a queue. You can have your own self-service experience where you order, you pay, and then you just go on and sit on on the table and food is served to you. There is a lot of disruption happening and innovation in this customer experience phase. The Foodex is a good example, and we're proud of also the companies that do that automate ordering on the table. What we're seeing that a lot of entrepreneurs are solving, not just purely in the concept design and menu design phase, but also in the whole customer experience journey and creating value. Today, if you walk into a Starbucks in Morocco, you would be paying using a Foodex, point of sale. And this is something fully developed here. But this is something to be proud of, mashallah, and it shows you the potential of where innovation can take. Big examples as well is Hunger Station, Jahiz, all the Marsool, all of them are solving for F&B customer experience journey through delivery and the gig economy and all of that, and creating ample opportunity. Whether for creating, مثلا Marsool in itself, you're talking about a company that created 400,000 jobs, and which shows you the impact of how innovation and innovative startup can be disruptors.
Yeah, so with the space in the cloud kitchen, what's happening globally and regionally is that consumers are going to have two distinct demands. So if it's a dine-out concept, you need to really innovate in differentiating yourself, and the ambience and what you offer from service quality to food quality really matters. A standalone bland restaurant is no longer going to succeed. And then you have the complete other spectrum where people just want to eat in-house, fast, convenient, and healthy food. So we're seeing restaurateurs either serve one segment or serve the other segment. You're actually having to differentiate yourself very differently, and you can no longer be somewhere in the middle. It just doesn't work. Yeah.
That's interesting, and maybe we can apply that to the restaurant space in Saudi today, right? So how do we see that? I mean, it has grown rapidly in the past 5 years with the announcement of Vision 2030. How does it look now? What do you think are the strengths and weaknesses of the space here?
Yeah, great question. So one of in any segment that continues to grow or just grows, SME make the biggest sector. So what we see today is there are enormous number of restaurants opening up, but they're small and medium. So previously, 10 years ago, there used to be 100 seats, 200 seats, large chains. Now we have incredible local entrepreneurs that are opening their own concepts, and every year we're seeing more sophisticated concepts. The first challenge I see comes in the supply chain. So they're looking to consolidate their supply chain. Instead of ordering from 30 or 40 suppliers and it being fragmented, they're looking for 3 or 4 or 5 suppliers. So getting that, I believe solving that problem is critical to enabling the next phase of growth. The second area where I think we can innovate further is financing, right? it is becoming much more easier today to access financing, but I think there's a long way to go, and there are a lot of smart entrepreneurs tackling this. You know, restaurant is a cash business, and it's all about cash flow, managing your cash flow, managing your inventory. So the more solutions we can innovate and focus on SMEs, the faster the segment will grow.
And the other thing that we see is a lot of restaurants are becoming tech-enabled now, right? Which also means that we have a lot more data than we had previously. So all of this data, how can restaurants use it to make smarter decisions, both for themselves and for their customers?
Absolutely. Would you like to go?
Yeah, sure.
So obviously, traditionally, data has been used to do predictive analytics, but what's different today is we used to predict on historical transactional data to obviously enhance inventory. But today, data has become really accessible, that there are really interesting tools you can use to further predict your sales and forecast your inventory. So you can use sentiment analysis in social media. So what are people talking about your restaurants? Where are they going to dine out? This allows restaurants to better predict. You can actually use traffic data in your specific region and metadata for your specific cuisine. So how are burger restaurants and generally trending this year? So combining these three segments together, restaurants are able to have better predictions of what they're going to sell, which in turn they'll have better predictions of what they can order, which means they can manage their cash flow better.
Building on that as well, there is a huge pressure right now on efficiency and operational efficiency, and how can you really make the establishment or the business sustainable financially on the long run. And that's where a lot of innovators and new platforms, and we're seeing a lot of startups coming, developing models that leverage the data to help entrepreneurs in making these decisions and making them, helping them adjust as they go as well, whether it is from the operational side or even from the consumer attraction side as well.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that we're seeing very interesting technologies come today with AI and video AI. So they're actually installing cameras within the restaurants, and these cameras are giving feedback on what is your wastage, how can your staff better perform, where can you reduce, and they're using this as feedback data to enhance the quality of the operations, which is a really exciting area at the moment.
Incredible. And it seems like all of these technologies are changing so rapidly, and this landscape is evolving really quickly. It might almost be, a useless exercise to ask this, but I'm still curious how you think this landscape will continue to evolve in the next 5 years, and where do you see the opportunity for someone who's potentially looking to get into this space? Where would you advise them to go?
I think that's good for you.
We always ask entrepreneurs, what's your differential advantage? What do you bring to the table? You need to be differentiated, and especially if you're thinking of scale, that whatever is that your solution or the solution to the problem you are developing is truly something that can scale as you go. It is, in general, a two-edged sword. Like, we were discussing just earlier that 1 out of
9 out of 10
yes.
restaurants close in 6 years.
Which is, something we need to live with. It is the data, but it shouldn't discourage someone from starting.
Yeah. I believe from now to 10 years, a lot's going to change. But what someone can do today is actually understand where the trend is going and what type of niches are missing. So this data is readily available. So, for example, burger joints have become very saturated, right? The new thing that's highly requested are cafe, bistro, pastry places. That's really coming up. People want a more differentiated experience. So they really need to focus on the experience is the key thing when you want to focus on a dine out. Otherwise, go towards cloud kitchen and serve the offices or people who want to dine in.
And this is from a front-end point of view, right? If we're looking at the back end, if we're looking at the logistics, the payments, the procurement, what are the challenges we're seeing in these spaces today that could potentially be, a market for someone to solve?
Yeah, so 3 key areas, if I was to encourage entrepreneurs to work on, would definitely be revenue-based financing for this industry. This is going to propel. local manufacturing of foods, especially healthy foods. It's big in requirements. And anything within supply chain. So enhancing the supply chain of this sector is what's required. It's the classic 3 points that's needed for any growing, fast-moving FMCG sector.
If I may also add, Yasmin, Saudi is opening up to a huge opportunity for tourism. And tourism creates jobs, and tourists want to see local experiences. And whatever we have now is barely even doesn't scratch the surface of what can be offered to the tourism sector, whether from an experience standpoint, hotels and accommodation. All of that creates, it shows you how this sector will experience growth as we move on.
Incredible. And from a Saudi landscape point of view, do you feel that there is anything that there is lacking here perhaps, or an opportunity? So do we have enough founders with the right mindsets? Do we have enough capital in the system? What does this ecosystem look like to you today?
The way you look at it, F&B is a big space, and a lot of programs and funding is actually directed to solve, depending on the sector. We just had a few hours ago a tourism, a TDF, a tourism development fund. You also have an entertainment fund as well. And each will definitely trickle down to, Yasmin, we live in an age where there is ample access to capital. However, entrepreneurs need to build companies or concepts that are fundable. فالحمد لله from a capital standpoint, I don't see it as severe as a challenge as we used to see it 10, 15 years ago. It's more, the focus more is how can you really truly prepare yourself as a founder to be able to attract this kind of capital.
Yeah, just to add, I think the opportunities are endless in the region, and it's just a matter of time. But there's the right ingredients, and the right entrepreneurs are coming up, and each successive generation is learning from the previous, and there's a lot of incredible local support. So I think the right recipe is there, and it's a very prosperous future, inshallah.
I think that's a very inspiring note to end on. Thank you so much for your time today. I hope the entrepreneurs in the audience all took notes. I know I found that very useful, and hope to see more action in the F&B space in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin.
It's okay, it's okay. Very nice session. Thank you, Yasmin and guests, for this beautiful conversation. Really thought-provoking ideas, ladies and gentlemen. So our next session will be on fueling entrepreneurial growth and unlocking finance and support for SMEs. So a lot of conversation happening here about startups, SMEs, and the conversation keeps going. Ideas are happening, innovation, talk about AI, as we heard a little bit ago as well. For this session, we have very special guests talking to a very special moderator as well. So please welcome on stage the moderator for the next session, Abdurrahman Al-Jifri. Abdurrahman, join me on stage. How are you doing this evening, Abdurrahman?
Doing great, thank you very much.
Are we excited? Yes?
All right, we have the whole panel here.
Yes, we do. Please join us on stage. Tell me more, Abdurrahman, about this session. What are we talking about?
We are going to talk about money, a very, very important
topic.
topic.
We love money.
Indeed,
we all love money, don't we? Well, I will leave you to it. Please enjoy.
Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Abdurrahman Al-Jifri. I'm a partner at 500 Global, and it is my pleasure to host this session with two excellent panelists talking about the entrepreneurial ecosystem, different sources of capital that startups need at different points in time. What we have today is a very, very high-level view of this ecosystem that we get because our two speakers are backing the backers. They are supporting the VC firms, they are supporting the banks, the financial institutions that you will talk to in the future, as well as intervening directly. So we get to hear from them. But my motto is always, it's important to understand the person behind the program. So starting off, Dr. Osama, can you please just give the audience a brief intro about yourself and your journey into venture and funds of funds?
Thank you, Abdurrahman, and thank you, Biban, for this opportunity. My background is engineering. I did my first degree at King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, and then I did my master's at Stanford University, and then my PhD in mobile communication. And since 2012, like 12 years ago, I've been very involved in the entrepreneurial ecosystem of Saudi Arabia. I was the CEO of Mecca Techno Valley, a university-owned company mandated to commercialize research and innovation. And currently, I'm with SVC, the Saudi Venture Capital company, since 2019, now for 5 years. I started as Chief Strategy Officer, and now I'm Chief Business Development Officer.
It's been a pleasure. You've seen the ecosystem mature throughout the years. And I'm noticing a trend in the leadership of people who have a technical understanding that are maturing into this world of finance. And it's definitely paying off. Rafiq, please give us a brief intro on your journey into Kafala.
Good evening, Abdurrahman. Good evening, Dr. Osama and the audience. My name is Rafiq Faraon. I am an industrial engineer also. My experience was in banking for 10 years, and also I used to be an SME for 10 years also. So I feel what SMEs are always their needs, and I feel what they need for their development and for their expansion. So that's why I joined the Kafala SME Guarantee Program. So maybe I could be a help for their needs.
It's great. It always makes a difference when the person who's supporting you understands your pain, understands the language, understands the different phases. So can you tell us a little bit more? Kafala has had a storied history. It's been around in the ecosystem for many years, and it's been updating. So a lot of people don't understand the implications it has today. So can you help us understand Kafala's impact today and and how that's helped people?
Yes, Kafala SME Loan Guarantee Program was established in 2006 as a government entity to support SMEs by issuing loan guarantees to facilitate financing for the SMEs. Now in Kafala, we are under the umbrella of SME Bank, under the also National Development Fund. We support SMEs in different kind of sectors. We have programs to support SMEs in tourism sector, entertainment sector. We have also in the cultural sector, and also in the dental sector. So we support all types of SMEs, especially who from micro and small and medium. The maximum guarantee we can issue for the micro is 2.5 million, and the small is 5 million as a guarantee, and 15 million for the medium. Now we are also aiming to support. We used to support also foreign investors who are registered in the Ministry of Investment. Kafala supported around 10 billion riyal for foreign investors in Saudi Arabia.
Wow, I'm going to ask you a little bit more details about this. Yes. On the investor side, this is very appealing and interesting. Osama, I remember a few years ago, there were more founders than investors, and getting into rounds was very easy because there was very little competition to invest. That's changed a lot. Tell us, how did we get here? What impact has SVC contributed to this? Because I don't think it can just be measured with words. I think you have the numbers to back it up.
Yeah, sure. So SVC, or Saudi Venture Capital Company, established 2018. And you know the ecosystem, Abdurrahman, before 2018, if you ask any entrepreneur, they would say the most challenging aspect is access to funding, getting investments, because we didn't have enough active investors at that time. So SVC was established to stimulate private investors to invest in startups and SMEs. And when we thought about our strategy, we tried to see what other governmental funds or government-owned venture capital funds in more mature ecosystems did what they did and how they succeeded. So we adopted an indirect investments approach where we mostly invest in private capital funds, meaning venture capital funds, private equity funds, and private credit funds. And we are happy that in the last 5 or 6 years, the amount of venture capital investments into Saudi startups grew 21 times, from $65 million in 2018 to $1.4 billion end of 2023. And this shows that the ecosystem has a great potential for growth. And of course, this is, I would say, attributed to different factors: the improvement in the regulations, the different governmental initiatives directly from the Vision 2030 plan, and also, I would say, the direct investments of SVC into these funds that contributed to this growth that we have seen lately.
To double click on this point, the ecosystem has changed a lot. It's matured over the past couple of years. How is SVC adapting to this new ecosystem? What kind of new products, new innovations can we expect in the future?
Actually, Abdurrahman, from day one, we adopted a very agile strategy.
Yeah.
So I would say maybe every quarter, we revise our plans and programs. And just to give you an example, when we started like 1 or 2 years since we started, I think around 2020, we have invested in like, at that time, in like 15, 20 funds. We noticed that they're not deploying investments into into startups. And when we investigated and analyzed the situation, we found out that we didn't have enough investable deals. So we launched a new program at that time to invest in accelerator funds. And during the COVID-19 crisis, many startups struggled to get financial support to their cash flow operation because venture debt or debt solutions for startups was not there. So we launched a program to invest in venture debt funds. And then when we saw the ecosystem maturing enough, we launched a product for investing in pre-IPO funds and late-stage funds. And going forward, we are thinking now, and we already started actually, to invest in several sector-focused funds, sectors that were served or underfunded, like deep tech and emerging technologies. So we talk a lot with investors and entrepreneurs. We listen carefully to the trends, and then we design programs and products that are stimulating the ecosystem.
All right. So Rafiq, as the ecosystem has matured and the different kinds of companies have changed, the word debt and access to debt has become more and more prominent. So can you walk us through what the different products that are available for entrepreneurs here, as well as how it's helping? You mentioned that there are additional services and products for foreign investors. We're seeing more of those come because of the efforts of the entire ecosystem maturing and players like SVC. So walk us through that just so we understand what to approach when.
Yes, sure. Kafala have given around 100 billion and more of financing for SMEs. And we supported, as I said previously, different sectors like exports and tourism and entertainment and cultural sector and in technology sector. we found out that most of foreign investors are investing in technology in Saudi Arabia and in also construction and industrial sectors. So during these years, we supported around 10 billion riyal as financing for the foreign investor. And we motivate foreigners to invest in Saudi Arabia because we feel that we know that Saudi Arabia is has a good environment for investors, and a lot of initiatives are there from different kind of governmental entities to support, especially from the Ministry of Investment. And we have a serious talks now with the Ministry of Investment to initiate a new initiative for supporting foreign investors to come and invest in Saudi Arabia in the future.
All right. Osama, as we're looking at the sectors maturing, like you said, it requires attracting more specialist investors to kind of help people learn. There's also been more efforts in educating and enhancing the skill sets of the local investors in the ecosystem. And I know SVC's played a considerable role. Can you help just tell us a little bit more on the investor support side, the data side, so that people have a broader sense?
So we look at ourselves as market maker for the venture capital ecosystem in Saudi Arabia. And I would say from day one, we paid a lot of attention to these kind of developmental activities. We call them ecosystem developmental activities. That includes publications of data reports for the ecosystem. We started that from 2019. We sponsored several reports for the venture capital in Saudi Arabia, venture capital data, private equity, founders profiles, and I would say we also sponsored training programs with international investors, training our local and emerging fund managers. And when we started, it was actually fully sponsored, so it was free of charge. And even when we engage with emerging investors, because we, by the way, we do quarterly follow-up with each fund that we invest in, and this follow-up is an educational opportunity. And we pay also great attention and efforts to attracting top international investors, and we have managed to invest in a couple of international top funds, and bringing them to the ecosystem, the local ecosystem. They will engage with the local investors and fund managers. They will invest together in deals, and then they will exchange these kind of experience. And also we try our best always, whenever there is an occasion, we always bring local international investors in networking activities and events, just to create this friction between international and local investors to exchange ideas and experience.
Friction is always good.
And I'm sure you
yes.
you participated in most of it. So.
Yeah, we're happy and we're excited to see the ecosystem mature. It's been a delight. Rafiq, you've seen it on both sides. You've seen it as somebody with an SME. You've seen it with SMEs approaching you or your partners to look for funding. We've got a lot of founders here in the audience, owners of SMEs. What advice do you have for them when they're looking for financing so that they can make the process easier?
First, I just want to add on the ecosystem. Kafala has around 100 partners. 26 of them is a government sector who has, we issued an initiative with them for supporting SMEs in their sectors. And we have 12 banks joined Kafala, 25 financial companies, and also 9 fintech companies who are now joining Kafala for benefiting of the guarantees that we issue for SMEs. From my experience as an SME, I always had the need that I have salaries to pay, I have a project to finalize, or I need for expansion. So I always searching for a way to find financing. Kafala is a good guarantee program or a governmental program that helps SMEs to get what they need from financing to expand or to pay their salaries and also to be more successful and doing the project. So that's why I joined Kafala. So that's why I feel that what SMEs they need for financing.
All right. Thank you for that. Osama, we have a little bit of time left, and there's something I think will be very helpful to this audience. A lot of them feel a power imbalance. They're talking to investors due diligence, they're used to talking to founders, whereas a founder will raise, a few times during their lifetimes. But founders also need to do diligence on their investors to pick the right partner. In SVC, you've been exposed to a lot of different fund managers. What advice do you have for founders here today who want to understand who is the right partner for them? How can they best look up and investigate the right partner for them in terms of venture capital or otherwise?
Yeah, so Abdurrahman, I think before I answer this question, let me speak to the founders and tell them how much great opportunity is available.
Yeah.
So at SVC, we have invested so far more than 3.5 billion Saudi riyals in more than 50 funds, all the way from the Silicon Valley to East Asia, Europe, MENA region, and local funds as well. And all of these funds, from all of these funds, we require a contribution to the local startups. So if anyone goes now to our website, svc.com.sa, you will find on the first page a list of all the funds that we have invested in. Be sure that all of these funds, they have a requirement to invest in Saudi startups. So this is the opportunity for founders to approach. Now, how do you choose a fund? It's not an easy question. First of all, you need to understand more about the funds, what sectors they invest in, what stage they are interested in, and what kind of startups they have invested so far. And then when you analyze all of this from their website, from talking to founders that they invested in, and then it's very important to align your interest with the fund's interest. For example, if you approach a fund that only invests in late-stage startups and you are just starting, you know that you will be wasting your time and probably you will get a rejection and then you might get demotivated. But it's not actually bad news. It's a bad alignment. So if you approach a fund that is investing in your sector at your stage, most likely, even if you get a rejection, you will get a good feedback, good comments about why this is not working. And it's okay to get rejected. It's very okay to get rejected. And every rejection is a learning experience. And I know some founders, actually, they have spoken to more than 20 funds to get at least one of these 20 funds that has a maybe interest. And then the more you talk to funds, the more you will get like the language that they want to understand. And then it's not all about the money. It's the added value that these funds provide for you. And it's a learning, you cannot read about it in a book. You have to do it. You have to talk to investors. You have to get rejected and get feedback. This way you will learn it, and then you can hopefully nail it. And again, go to SVC's website. You will see all of the funds, and I know that they have money reserved for Saudi startups.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about this, a lot of people in the beginning were concerned about the requirement and deploying, but I think when I look at the portfolio in Saudi, those that have been the fastest to expand to Saudi have found the best performance and the best growth when I look at our own companies. So it's actually proved to be very beneficial, and people have found that it's helpful. And thank you to both of you for allowing more investors, more entrepreneurs to be active here in Saudi. Thank you to Biban for allowing more people to be exposed to this. Thank you guys very much for your time.
Thank you, Abdurrahman.
All right.
An exciting session. One of the most important and difficult thing is entrepreneurship and how to translate ideas into projects. This is the first and the most difficult thing. I have a good idea how we can translate these into real projects, how you get engaged. This is the most important questions that occurs to mind or comes to mind, whether you start entrepreneurship or you have a good and a new idea, or you're a great investor and you have some new ideas coming into play in Biban or elsewhere. The question is how you can translate this into something, a project. How to turn ideas or translate idea to business.
Succeed. This is the keynote about that. Everyone, please, let's welcome the Professor Paris Dalatras.
Salam alaikum. So it's great to be back in Riyadh. This is my fourth Biban, and they only get better. So let's begin. Let's begin. Okay. So I'm going to talk to you today about 13 lessons for growth. 13 lessons for taking ideas into something with impact. Lesson number 1, professional life begins outside of your comfort zone. Now, you've probably heard that a lot, that you got to get out of your comfort zone, right? Wallah, you've heard of that, right? And it's tough. So let me tell you more about this. Anybody recognize this guy? It's not George Clooney. This is Garrett McNamara. He rode the biggest wave in the world, 38 meters. Do you think he's comfortable with uncertainty? Yes. Do you think he's out of his comfort zone? All the time. Now, when you're out of your comfort zone, you're scared, you have fear. But the reality is that if you're going to be an entrepreneur, you got to get used to being out of your comfort zone. And so let me tell you my story, because I was forced out of my comfort zone at a young age. 1968, yeah, I'm probably older than everybody here. Some of my students say that I'm older than dirt. I was 8 years old in 1968, 8 years old. And I was a shy, introverted student. And so my mother, she decided to get me a lemonade stand outside of our home in Los Angeles, California, so that I could like meet people. Between the ages of 13 and 16, I was a paper boy. That's pretty common in the United States, and it also got me out of my comfort zone. Now, this is not a picture of me, okay? They didn't have cameras back then, but this is what I looked like. I had a BA in mathematics. I had a master's in computer science, and I even got the Kodak Award for excellence in computer science. So what's the best way to describe me as a person? Dafour, right? I was a nerd. Do we have any nerds here? Just raise your hand. Any nerds? Yes, yes. I'm sure there's a lot of nerds. But you know, I was a nerd in my professional life, but I was also a nerd in my personal life. My first girlfriend at 17, Bonnie, you know, we were going out for 6 months, and then after 6 months, she said to me, Paris, we got to talk. And I said, what are we going to talk about? And she says, we have a problem. I'm like, what problem? We don't have problems. And she said, that's the problem. We never have problems. You see, you're like a straight line. You're so predictable. I'm like, tell me how I'm predictable. She says, like, for example, when you call me every day, what time do you call me? 8 o'clock. We agreed I'd call you at 8 o'clock. She says, don't you understand that for a woman, if you would call me at 8:15, it would be amazing. You know, it's like the passion of Does he call me? Won't he call me? You see, it's so embarrassing when my family, they set their watches by your call. They sit in the living room and they know it's not 7:59 or 8:01, it's 8 o'clock. And so that's when I realized, when she left me, because she said I was boring and too predictable, that being a nerd in your personal life was not also easy. So there I was. What happened? I got an offer from New York City. I was in Boston at the time studying, and I started my first job there in Oracle, and I got an offer in New York City to be the head of sales for a small VC. And they put me through this training program of telemarketing and face-to-face selling. Anybody done telemarketing here? It's not easy, right? Well, let me tell you, I was forced out of my comfort zone every day. So let me ask you, how many of you experiment at work? Really? Good. How open is your mind? Do you think we are born nerds? I mean, look at me when I was born. I was a baby nerd. Do you think we're born this way? Or my sister, she was a total partier when she was born. We're not born nerds. Not at all. But isn't it ironic that the world is more and more uncertain and we are trained for a predictable world? How do you get comfortable with uncertainty? How do you increase the size of your comfort zone? It's like a muscle. You got to get out of your comfort zone all the time. This was in Tokyo a few years ago. These 5 nerds came up to me and said, "Professor, we're nerds." I mean, look at the guy in the raincoat there. I mean, that's like the super nerd, right? So do we still have nerds here? Yeah? Yeah. Well, those are 5 nerds there. So that's lesson number 1. You got to get out of your comfort zone. And your comfort zone can be very different in your personal and your professional life. I have an enormous comfort zone professionally. But in my personal life, I still have a small comfort zone. I'm still a bit of a nerd. So lesson number 2, make sure you love what you do. You know, Thursday people are like? Thursday people hate what they do. We call them Friday people in the US. They just hate what they do. They're looking forward to Thursday. But the reality is that about 40% of our life is work. So do you want to be a Thursday person for the rest of your life? How many Thursday people do we have here? Come on, don't be shy. How many people are like smiling on Thursday? Yes. Do you really want to be a Thursday person for the rest of your life? I love Mondays, or in your language, I just love Sundays. I'm looking forward to Sunday. So yeah, work can make you happy, but you need to love what you do. So, does it feel like kashta? Is that how you feel like with work? Or does it feel like your favorite Ramadan TV show? Does it? No, right? Not for the Thursday people. Lesson number 3, ambition. You gotta have ambition. A lot of young people today don't have ambition. You know, are you ambitious or are you just settling for this? We probably have some entrepreneurs and VCs here. Have you ever wondered why every entrepreneur has a hockey stick on their projections? Do the investors believe that? No. Why does everybody have a hockey stick? Why is my projections are like that? They want to see ambition. Imagine if you had like a curve that was like flat. No one would invest in you. They don't believe you, but they want to see ambition. Lesson number 4, adrenaline. Everybody knows what adrenaline is? I'm running on adrenaline. When your body is like giving up, it's your adrenaline that keeps you going. You have to cultivate your adrenaline. You have to. It's the only way that you can keep going. This is the sign outside of my office at IE University. I love this sign. Stress. You think stress is good? Of course it's good. Not too much stress, but if you don't have stress in what you do, I mean, you're not alive. I see some of my team mates here. Is stress good? Yeah. You gotta have stress, people. Otherwise, it's like you're not alive. So, lesson number 5, it can't be just the money. It can't be just the money. You know? What is your why in life? Simon Sinek said this. It's not what you do or how you do it. It's why you do what you do. You can't tell an investor, I'm doing this for the money. If you're a solid entrepreneur, you got to have a reason. Does this turn you on? Yeah? How many of you looked at your stocks right after the election yesterday? I was in an Uber this morning, and I asked them, so, how do you feel about the US elections? And he said to me, oh, amazing. Look at the Saudi stock market. It's like this. Yeah, so money turns you on, but it can't be just the fulus. It can't be just the fulus. You have to have a reason for what you do as an entrepreneur. Lesson number 6, live your life. Don't live someone else's life. Steve Jobs said, your time is limited. Don't waste it living somebody else's life. Your parents are telling you, oh, you got to be a doctor, you got to be an engineer. Wake up. You got to live your own life, because otherwise, eventually, it's going to catch up to you. What is important to you? Figure that out. Lesson number 7. My mother always told me this. Always hang around people that give you positive energy. Mashallah, right? Is my Arabic good or what? Wallah. Yeah. Well, I've been coming to Saudi Arabia for over 15 years, so I hope that it's getting better. Yeah, so surround yourself with positive energy. Always surround yourself with positive energy. Lesson number 8. This is my favorite lesson. Do you really think the world is fair? I mean, all these people, they think the world is fair. The world is not fair. It's not a chess game where you start in the same place with the same number of, figures. Life is not a chess game. Life gives you a hand, and it's not about whether you have luck or no luck. It's what do you do with the luck that life gives you. And so the world is not fair. It's going to get hard, and that's why a lot of people give up. So if you're an entrepreneur, you got to realize that from day one. You're going to have to be the underdog, and you're going to have to be able to survive. Lesson number 9, entrepreneurship is not for everyone. The reality is that only 1% of the population of the world are going to be entrepreneurs. Very few. I mean, this place, 100,000 people are coming through Biban in these days here. A lot of these people are dreaming to be entrepreneurs. Everybody wants to be an entrepreneur so that they can have their own company, run their own lives. They don't have to have a boss. They can make a lot of money. Do you want to be rich or do you want to be famous? Have you thought about that? Rich or famous? Or both? Lesson number 10. This is one of my favorite lessons. You know, a lot of people tell me, oh, I'm really committed. You know, and there's a big difference between being committed and being involved. So, when you're having breakfast in the morning and you're having scrambled eggs with beef sausage, scrambled eggs with beef sausage, right? Think about that. Are you a chicken? What about the chicken? The chicken's involved, right? Or are you a cow? How involved is the cow here? Are you a cow or are you a chicken? If you're an entrepreneur, you have to be a cow. You have to be totally committed. You have to have skin in the game, right? So, you know, when you've got partners in your startup, you have to ask yourself, are they committed or are they involved? Lesson number 11. Millennials and Gen Zs, they never ask for help. A lot of you guys out there, I can see a lot of Gen Zs here. You never ask your help. Why? Because society is telling you that you have to be independent and strong. But the reality is that you need a mentor, and my generation is willing to help. So in whatever you do in life, get a mentor. Look around and learn about value and success every day, and try to get together with people like that, people that can help you. Lesson number 12. This is one of my favorite as well. Don't settle. Don't settle for mediocrity. You have to seek the best in your life. The reality is that you don't have a lot of time. So you need to be excelling. You can't just be mediocre. Don't settle for that. If someone offers you an amazing opportunity and you're not sure whether you can do it or not, take it and learn along the way. You may not get another opportunity in your life. And finally, lesson number 13. Yes, life is too short to be a Thursday person. The reality is that we don't know how many days we have left. So you have to make every day count. Be a Sunday person. Thank you.
Beautiful keynote speech from Professor Paris. That was really interesting. Ari, why don't you join me on stage? This is our moderator for this session, ladies and gentlemen, Ari Matatiaho, who's going to be talking to us about market entry made easy. Is it possible?
Yeah, I think it is.
Can we have his mic open, please, for Ari?
Yeah. All right. Okay, here we go. Can you all hear me? Yes, excellent.
Great.
We're going to be talking about leveraging these soft landing programs and how companies can use them for global expansion. It's a really fascinating topic, one that I'm extremely excited about. You should have seen the energy in the back of the room, and we're hoping to bring that here, talking about this wonderful, wonderful
Well, we can't
topic.
wait to hear about it, so the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It's good to be back here. I'll be moderating tonight's insightful panel discussion on the market entry made easy, leveraging soft landing programs for global expansion. And today we're joined by three trailblazers. The first one is Roland Dahar, who's the CEO of Astrolabs, whose work has redefined entrepreneurship and innovation in the tech space, followed by Adwa Al-Dahil, the founder and CEO of Falak Investment Hub, a champion of investment and strategic growth for startups, and of course, finishing out our panel with Omar Al-Shaban, the CEO and co-founder of The Space, an expert in entrepreneurship, community, and development. So ladies and gentlemen, please give them a warm welcome as they join me on stage. Guys, thank you so much for joining me and our wonderful audience on stage. And as you heard me mention, we're going to be talking about something called soft landing, these soft landing programs. And before we get into it, and I want to kick things off by orienting our audience a little bit on what are the programs and companies you guys are having, you guys do now. Could you each of you briefly share a bit about the organization's mission and how your work directly supports entrepreneurs and startups looking to expand into new markets, primarily Saudi? Adwa, I'd love to start with you.
Sure. First of all, it's an absolute pleasure to be with you on stage and to be with these incredible friends before colleagues. So Falak Investment Hub, how we define ourselves, and it took us, funny enough, 5 years to know what we are, is we are an ecosystem enabler. How we do that is by 4 different subsidiaries under Falak. So we are a group. Under Falak is a value chain that every entrepreneur faces. We are an angel investor, and we have micro VC funds via, number one, Falak Angels. Number two, we establish entrepreneurial development programs and innovation programs as well, how via Falak programs. And we also invest in sector-focused ventures via Falak products. Last but not least, nothing can be done without a community, which is where Falak spaces come in for virtual communities and offline locations as well. This is what Falak is. Our mission, why are we doing all of this? And why did we even not know what we're doing and how to define ourselves? Because we were so blindly following the mission that we didn't think of how are we going to make money? How are we going to pay the payroll? We just like, okay, let's go and do it. And then we're gonna figure it out. Our mission is to find, enable, and develop the next unicorns of the world. That's a huge mission. And we cannot do it with only a fund. We cannot do it with only a program. We need to have an ecosystem to fail a lot, to do a lot of mistakes, and to then maybe, hopefully, have one unicorn. This is what we are.
Inshallah. Inshallah. Omar, I'd like to move to you. The space has been in the kingdom, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe since 2013.
Correct.
I mean, it's been a while, but it's not so old.
I feel old now.
You feel older. Well, tell us about the space and its mission and vision and how startups can utilize the space when looking to expand into new markets.
Sure. So yeah, we started around 11 years ago in Jeddah, identifying a gap that there's no co-working spaces in the city back then. Started one, grew to what is today around 20 plus locations in 9 cities. So we started as a co-working brand, and then we evolved to become very similar to our great colleagues Adwa and Roland as an ecosystem enabler. And now we're thinking what we're going to do next, because we really think that the ecosystem is very well enabled, actually. So I used to say we're an ecosystem builders, right? And now, mashallah, the ecosystem is built. So what are we going to do next? Now, I think we need to think about that, right?
We should have a workshop, maybe here on stage with everyone. We have entrepreneurs, and yeah, maybe we can just.
So if you look at this, I mean, this is a very vibrant ecosystem, right? The entrepreneurial ecosystem in the kingdom has evolved. We already have unicorns. We are the #1 in MENA region when it comes to VC funding. So such companies also evolve in mission. And one of the things that we identified, similar to our partners here and colleagues, is soft landing, which is attracting international entrepreneurs to come here, which I'm sure we're going to talk about in a sec.
Yes. And last but not least, Roland, Astro Labs has been in the kingdom since 2018. Tell us a little bit about that.
So, small correction, we started in the kingdom back in 2013.
Okay, 15.
But it took us 9 years to define what we really are in a simple way.
You get me.
So don't feel too bad about it. But we made it simple. We're a business expansion platform that helps international high-growth companies soft land, expand, and really blend into the Saudi and the Gulf economy. We have helped 700 companies so far from all over the world, 50 countries, across 30 plus sectors enter the Saudi markets.
Wow. Wow. So I want to follow up with you. And as a CEO of Astro Labs, I'm sure you've seen numerous startups try to scale globally. What are the top challenges that you have seen companies face when trying to enter a foreign market without using a soft landing program?
I mean, the top challenge is basically what you don't know, right? So you're entering into a new market. Your playbook in any market that you have already operated in does not work in this new market. All the way from regulation, talent, access to capital, getting your customers, everything. And you have a couple of ways to do it. The hard way is you figuring it out, and some entrepreneurs make that mistake because we're all frugal and determined to make things happen. But then there's the more practical way of saying, okay, what am I really supposed to do? What is success to me? Success is growth. My job is not to figure out how to crack the market. My job is to grow in the market. And this is where a soft landing partner or an expansion partner like all of us can be very handy, because it eliminates the uncertainty and the unknown related to regulation, operation, anything from your office space to your first hire to remaining compliant. everything is taken care of, and then with the help of the ecosystem and the network that everyone's building, you can scale much faster.
Adwa, there may be some entrepreneurs here in the audience that are saying to themselves, well, I have an idea. I don't really have a business or a startup per se. Am I too early to utilize soft landing programs? Is there a criteria? Does a company need to be somewhat established, or can it be as early as the idea phase of a company?
So,
what are you seeing at Falak?
So Falak, whenever we look at soft landing, we have a very stringent criteria, because while soft landing, as my colleagues here mentioned, it's by design, as an ecosystem enabler, by design you should have soft landing. But every player, such as Astrolabs or the space, kind of fine-tunes how do you want to use soft landing to enable your main business, right? So in terms of Falak, our main business is to invest in the very early stages of a startup in certain sectors that we care about, such as climate technology, logistics tech, retail tech, and of course, everything right now needs to be enabled by AI. With that being said, and going back to your question, what's the criteria do we look at? Do they have to be growth stage? It's never a one-size-fits-all area. And we've seen a lot of different cases. We've seen a company from the UAE that had monthly sales of more than 200 million dirhams land to Saudi when they were at that level. And we've seen another example of a company in Singapore that landed in Saudi when they were pre-seed. The main question is always not that. Is your landing into Saudi an expansion plan, number one, or is it an establishment plan? Because the main difference is if you aim to have an establishment plan to land to Saudi there, then you are looking at your founding team to be in Saudi, not at a new GM to be in Saudi.
Right.
You're looking at your early adopters to be in Saudi. And looking at, similar to what Omar mentioned, Saudi right now is a place where a lot of startups want to come here. So when does a startup say, I have a pre-seed round and I want to come to Saudi? Look at the sectors that Saudi is investing in.
Right.
If Saudi is focusing in these sectors, then would you rather be an early stage company in another country or in the number one country that's evolving within the entrepreneurial development right now around the world, I would even say. So it's never a one-size-fits-all solution. And in terms of Falak soft landing, it's a criteria that fuels our investment decision overall, which is climate tech, logistics, and retail. And of course, it's never a one-size-fits-all.
Well, I think I'd like to be the latter option. I'd want to come in right at the grassroots, the ground roots of Saudi's expansion. So it's interesting that you said you focused on the entrepreneur has to think about what their strategy is. Is it an expansion plan or are they growing it from the ground up? And that's something that I think all of our entrepreneurs in the audience should start thinking about if you're thinking of using that soft landing program. Omar, I want to talk a little bit about a topic that I think both you and I know very well, and it's about community and fostering entrepreneurship within this community building. How critical is building a local network when expanding into new markets? And how does community play a role in soft landing programs?
That's a great question, actually. Look, it's needless to say, it's very important, but I'll tell you from observation of what I've seen. You have two kinds of startups usually. You have startups which come in here to the market, try to do things on their own, try to explore access to market and access to funding and hiring and shared services on their own without any help. And some of them might really do well. So there's the first type. The second type are companies that really want to integrate within the ecosystem. So you'd see the founder running around, attending events, coming to community events, going from a co-working space to another, talking to angels and to VCs, and becoming a very active member in the community.
Right.
And these I'm talking about international entrepreneurs here. And actually they are sometimes very generous with their time, especially if they are serial entrepreneurs or if they are towards the Series A or B. So they would participate in events like this, they would mentor, they would talk to others, and they would really integrate within the community. And these are the ones literally in all events, in all workshops, boot camps. The VCs that are active in the MENA region are the same VCs that are active in all the countries, the angels, the programs, and the tech companies. So it's a shame to miss on this opportunity. Now, to be an active part of the community means that you also need to give back. So you need to contribute. And at the same time, you need to be very open about collaboration, about also embracing competition, because sometimes it's tough. We do understand that many of the startups that come here would have local competitors, and the ones that actually thrived are the ones who, try to collaborate rather than compete, or although they would compete on a very fair basis as well. So it is very important to be part of the community. Not everyone does that, but the ones that do that would benefit a lot.
Omar, for our aspiring entrepreneurs in the audience, can you give us one small tip or one small thing we can do to build that connection with community? One small thing, because sometimes entrepreneurs are introverts. We're not all extroverts. Trick or tip to help an aspiring entrepreneur break into the community aspect of entrepreneurship?
I will say this from a very first-hand experience. I'm sitting next to Adwa, Roland. I know them very well. I'll speak a little bit about Adwa. I've never seen Adwa shrugging off anyone who wants to talk to her for an advice or to stop her or even take a selfie because she's a kind of a celebrity. So actually the only advice is just approach the people in the community, ask to be part of it, show up in Falak or in Astrolabs or at the garage or at the space or anyone else, because this is where communities are. So you need to really show that the interest, and then you're going to see that everyone is going to have open hands to collaborate.
Definitely. If I may add something here.
Please.
It's funny when you look at such events and you see people socializing, exchanging business cards, it's funny to ask, on this stage, how many of us are extroverts versus introverts? Are you an extrovert? أنت ما شاء الله, of course. Excluding Omar.
Both
Ronald.
of you cannot compete with me. I wrote the manual of introverts.
No, I will surprise you.
عليكم, both of you.
Ronald, how would you define yourself?
I'm 98% introvert. I wonder where the 2% went.
And you force yourself to be 2% حتى, صح؟ طيب أصدمك? I am an introvert.
Really?
I'm an introvert.
No way.
والله العظيم,
I don't believe it.
INTJ. Like even within David Meyer 60, يعني أنا ترى, it's not about seeing people in events. You would assume that this is easy for everyone. And sometimes this gets in our head. And mental health right now for entrepreneurs, innovators, founders, Sarah, is very, no one speaks about this. But being here, assuming that everyone enjoys being out there, and you get drained socially, you're not the only one. But what's the trick?
Right,
This is where I'll give you my secret.
That's right. Roland,
This
this
is where the suspense is coming. The trick is to fake it till you make it.
So that's one trick, for sure.
Seriously, wallah, and it works.
There's another. Find an extrovert that you can get along with and becomes your ambassador.
Like your wingman.
Exactly. Like
I'm
you
assuming that's
find
him.
a Omar.
So Roland, that's your advice. I mean, you just admitted to the entire audience that you're only 2% extrovert, but your secret weapon is to find that person that you can attach to that can help you go out there and mingle with the room. And
or mingles on your behalf.
Mingles
and
on
tells
your
you
behalf.
you should meet X and Y, and you just meet the people that you need to meet.
I hope everyone in the audience is taking notes. Roland, I want to talk about technology and the role technology plays within soft landing programs. Are there any technologies that you see that are making soft landing programs more effective, especially for tech startups looking to scale internationally, specifically in Saudi?
So, like Adwa mentioned, tech and AR is now powering everything. And when it comes to soft landing specifically, soft landing is not an action or like a one-off thing. It's a process, it's a journey. And tech can play a massive role into streamlining that journey, both from discovering the information that you need in order to tackle the market, then the actual establishment, the licensing, the process of setting up in the market, and then everything that comes after it. You can do it the old way, manually, or you can use tech to streamline, automate the journey of all these companies that are coming to the region, so that you take that eliminating the hustle and the friction to the next level,
right,
so that you focus on servicing them and they focus on growing their business. Now, you can always add AR to everything,
yes.
and think of how can we use artificial intelligence to make it easier for introverts to find the right people that they should connect to with the least friction of, I don't talk to strangers, I don't know why I should connect to Ari. Imagine that technology tells you, you and Ari should connect because both of you service this type of customers, or both of you are at that stage and you are looking for people who invest in you, and there's Omar who's looking at for people like you. So you can play a lot with technology and make the soft landing journey much more efficient first and pleasant, and increase the return on all parties. And we've been investing in that a lot.
It also goes back to what we were talking about with community, right? Having that technology to make those introductions is also an example of how community can play a massive part in bringing companies here. Roland, I want to follow up with you now. I mean, Astro Labs has been part of the growth story for many, many companies, specifically here in Saudi. What specific resources or support structures do you think are really indispensable in these programs for fostering rapid adoption? I mean, do you find that companies using your platform are really geared towards 1, 2, or 3 support structures, or are they taking advantage of the entire soft landing program?
Yeah, so I'll go back to Omar's example. It depends on people. There are people who would just like max out on anything you offer them. And there are people who are very selective on like, okay, I just need somebody to help me establish and operate. But let's take those who are the max out.
The go-getters.
The go-getters. There are blocks of soft landing that for each phase of the journey, you can optimize for these companies. Obviously, there's the licensing side and the operation and compliance and whatnot, very straightforward. But then the elements that are the most impactful are really the curated support that you offer to your companies based on their needs. So the more you know what could move the needle for that company, the more you are able to say, okay, these are few people you need to meet. This is something you need to change in your approach. I have examples of massive companies that came with us back in 2019 and 20. Their approach to the market, I mean, they made it big time in the US and elsewhere, but they had a completely wrong approach to the market when they arrived. And sometimes just telling them, change that, like hire that person first, invest in that area first, makes a big change for them. And then the ongoing aspect of you eliminating the friction of connecting and networking and tapping into the right resources and network, whether it's other founders or other companies or potential customers, partners, investors, other ecosystem players, you can change, you can make a big impact on them.
I wish we had this program when I was building my few startups in the beginning, because it just sounds incredible. Omar, in your opinion, what are some of maybe the overlooked aspects of adopting to new markets that maybe the space can help potential entrepreneurs and even investors come into the space?
So look, I'm not going to talk about legal because this is very well covered now. So the legal process of soft landing is very well established, and I think all of these organizations do it very well. When it comes to access to market and access to funding, also there's a very good job that's being done. I think one area of not an opportunity is in creating co-foundries. So we often have a startup coming, international startup that wants to soft land in Saudi, and they want to identify a Saudi co-founder to potentially join and to build the expansion and to become a co-founder. The very famous Kareem story, right? The Saudi co-founder, the third person, Abdullah, who became a co-founder, and then you know, the rest is history. This could be replicated. I haven't seen that replicating a lot, although I think it's one of the very interesting and missed opportunities that we can capitalize on. Now, we haven't done anything on that. I don't know, I'm very curious if anyone did. But if they didn't, I think this is an area where there could be a very nice co-foundry matching. Either it's a platform or technology, as you said, or a process where you can identify these local founders to match with their international peers.
Adwa, I want to talk about the financial risks and how can soft landing programs like Falak, for example, how can they help mitigate the risk for startups coming into a new territory? Funding is probably one of the most scary topics and important topics that any entrepreneur is going to have to deal with, especially add on top of that a new market, a new country. How can a soft landing program like yours help mitigate that risk? Can't eliminate it, but how can they mitigate that risk?
So this starts by selecting the founders that already understand that risk before coming in. This is step number one, because we see these, you know, Ari, when you meet someone and they tell you, listen, I have an idea, but I can't tell you the idea because it's going to change the world. I think all of us.
We've heard that many times.
Yeah, and that's where you know that there is a long way for that person to go to truly realize that ideas are easy, but execution is what's hard. When we meet a founder, now let's go back into soft landing. When we meet a founder that tells us, I'm going to land in Saudi and I'm going to make it immediately within the first 2 weeks of having my CR, that's when we know expectations will never be aligned, and it's better off for us to just say, you know what, maybe our partners in the space or Astrolabs might be a better option for you. Because end of the day, having a customer that just wants to land to Saudi to get a paper, a corporate, a CR is not our ideal client. Going back to what Umar was mentioning, our ideal client is a founder that wants to expand into Saudi because they want a co-founder, number one. They want to truly hire in Saudi, not just they say they want to hire in Saudi. They want to create localization in technology. So this goes beyond just us helping them understand their financial risk. It's also us, I would say, selecting the right entrepreneurs that already understand the risk, because let's be very and brutally honest, one of the most dangerous calls that any entrepreneur makes is to move from country to another, right? They need to rebuild the network, they need to rebuild the connections. You are building from scratch, and your company is your baby, so you're literally taking your company to college in a different country. It's not easy. If a founder thinks that is easy, that is the first risk that we, as Falak, never accept. After that, of course, as what Umar was mentioning, I would add one thing on it that also manages that risk, which is localization. And localization is not just about hiring a co-founder. It's also about understanding the overall local behavior, even in customer pricing. We see a lot of soft landing companies coming to Saudi, keeping their pricing as is, not doing a willingness to pay exercise with Saudi customers.
Now, Adwa, our time is up. I'm going to run the clock a little bit, and I hope you all can allow me. I have one final question to ask all of our panelists. Roland, we'll start with you. What is the one piece of advice? And I know it's impossible to have that one piece, but share with our audience that one piece of advice you would give to any entrepreneur considering a soft landing program for their international expansion. We're going to ask that question to all of our panelists. If you can give us a 5-second, one piece of advice, we'll start with you.
Soft land with Astrolabs. No, I mean, definitely pick the right soft landing partner. Ask entrepreneurs like you about their previous experience and pick the most likely partner to
So
help
do your research.
Do your research.
Adwa?
I would say reverse engineer, find your customer and then land, even if that customer is only giving you an LOI or initial validation, and then come and land.
Omar, finishing up last.
Move to Riyadh.
Move to Riyadh. Ladies and gentlemen, please thank our wonderful panelists for this engaging discussion. Thank you very much.
Good evening again. And we continue on the main stage, Biban24. We still have more speakers. We are about the third day, and we will have 2 more days. Crowdfunding has changed or has introduced a big change in entrepreneurship. How innovation of crowdfunding, how people, investors, been introduced and invited. But the question is, crowdfunding is in these years have been there. How has it been improved, developed? This is the next session, crowdfunding.
Bigger goals for the father of crowdfunding and CEO of Innovation Institute of America, Mr. Alexander Bless. All the best.
Thank you so much. Hi everybody. Assalamu alaikum. Kif alaikum? Tamam, shukran. What an honor to be here with you today. I arrived from Washington, D.C., I think it was 3 days ago, but actually this is my 3rd time in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and it's a true honor to be back. The enthusiasm, the excitement, the energy that I see here in this country for innovation, for creativity, for entrepreneurship, for really the business climate in general, to me is incredibly inspirational. So I want to thank you for the honor of this kind invitation. So today's keynote presentation, as you heard, is called Crowdfunding Innovation, Harnessing the Power of the Crowd. So I know we don't have much time together today, so to kind of save some time, I figured rather than me taking a long time to tell you a whole story of how and why I invented the world's first person-to-person crowdfunding website a long time ago, I figured instead of that, let me just show you a short video that says it all.
We've all heard of MySpace and Facebook as tools to reconnect with old friends and share pictures and stories. But imagine a site that had all of the capabilities of those social networking sites, but also helped people in need. Tonight's cover story takes a look at a Baltimore entrepreneur who's working to make charity a reality for people and organizations all over the world.
Welcome to realitycharity.com, a first-of-its-kind fundraising website created by a Baltimore entrepreneur.
Reality charity is really the new way to give.
Alexander Blass quit his job as a venture capitalist to build and patent the site from the ground up.
I really just felt that, given my background and experience, we could really help people to raise money for important causes.
The site took 3 years to build.
There really was no model to follow. Reality charity is the first of its kind.
But since its launch last April, it's quickly found a niche in today's fast-paced, internet-centered world.
We've been called Facebook meets Pocketbook because, for that reason, we're really taking all the great social networking technologies that are out there and applying them to good causes.
Good causes like Kim Swanson, a young mother who just 7 weeks after giving birth to her first child was diagnosed with cancer. In need of money for unexpected medical expenses, Kim turned to Reality Charity to spread the word that she needed help. And with just a few clicks of a mouse, Stacy's money went directly to Kim. It's one of hundreds of donations that helped Kim raise more than $30,000.
a few dollars just makes such a difference for her, and I know that just giving a little bit helps a lot.
The other side to Reality Charity is the way it's helping organizations and nonprofits.
We use it for fundraising, but I think the power of the tool is really that it's also kind of a social network.
Reality Charity is just over a year old, but already boasts an impressive resume. It's received more than 5 million hits and has hosted over 1,300 fundraising campaigns here in the U.S. and all around the world. Blass himself is also being honored for his ingenuity. He's the recipient of the Maryland Daily Record's Top Innovator of the Year Award and the publication's Web Award for Outstanding Achievement.
It's always, very nice for anyone to receive recognition for something that they're passionate about, but really the most important message is using the technology to make a real impact in the lives of other people.
Okay, so as we can see, that was a long time ago, and obviously a lot has happened since then. So we're going to be diving deep into specific strategies that can help you to have successful fundraising campaigns. Okay? So, crowdfunding today. The market obviously has grown exponentially since then. It's now a multi-billion-dollar industry, which has helped tens of millions of people around the world. So let's look at the crowdfunding ecosystem today, if you will. Okay, let's talk about right here, right now, what's going on in the world. So I wanted to talk about, introduce you to 5 subtypes under the crowdfunding umbrella, and then we'll dive deep into specific strategies for you to implement. So the first of the 5 I want to mention is donations-based crowdfunding. You saw some examples of that in the Fox News TV story, right? Helping people in need, charitable fundraising, and also getting a platform for those in need to connect with people that want to help and cutting out the middleman. Then you have equity crowdfunding, rewards crowdfunding. Rewards crowdfunding is very applicable to you as entrepreneurs and SMEs, because rewards-based crowdfunding is, let's say you're launching a new product or your service, but you don't have the money to really build it out. So you have a prototype. This is a way to raise money from the crowd, if you will, and you offer them some reward as incentive to participate. There are many types of rewards which you can offer, but on a very simple level, it could be as simple as they obviously get very early access to the product when it's released as an early adopter, and at a very deep discount. Of course, there are other awards which are available as well. Next, we have equity crowdfunding. Equity crowdfunding is probably what you think it is, which is giving away a piece of the company, the equity model that you're used to in the venture capital arena, angel investing, things like that. Prior to my invention, I was actually a venture capitalist in the early stage technology sector. I saw the disconnect. I saw how challenging it was for entrepreneurs to get funding for their babies, if you will, for their new products, to get the attention of venture capitalists. It's not so easy. So equity crowdfunding cuts out the middleman, and it democratizes the process, allowing everyone to participate in seeking out funds if they have a good product or a prototype that they're working on. It also allows those seeking to participate as investors, but maybe they don't have the big money of some of the big funds, they can participate with a smaller amount of money. So it's a win-win. It gives them, as investors, early access to deals that they normally wouldn't have access to. Next up, we have debt crowdfunding, also known as peer-to-peer lending. And then there's real estate crowdfunding. Let's say there's a pool of people that would like to invest to purchase an office building here in Riyadh, for example. Okay? So for today's presentation, for today's keynote, because you guys are innovators, you're entrepreneurs, SMEs, the 2 of these 5 categories we'll be focusing on will be rewards-based crowdfunding and equity crowdfunding, because I believe they're most applicable to your funding needs right now as entrepreneurs and SMEs, okay? So let's dive into some specific key crowdfunding campaign strategies. Does that sound good? Who wants to hear some specific strategies and case studies? You guys ready to go? You guys ready? Yalla, nabda. Okay. So first we have up, well, I want to mention, we're going to explore how effective crowdfunding campaigns can not only help you raise money, they can also serve as a catalyst for community engagement, brand loyalty, and validation of new ideas. So first up, our first strategy today is on storytelling and messaging. Storytelling and messaging is essential. In fact, what we've seen is that a compelling story is actually at the heart of every successful crowdfunding campaign. You have to create an emotional connection between your products or services and your customers. An emotional connection, a compelling story that resonates with your ICP, your ideal customer profile. Let's dig deep into a case study to see how this works in the real world. Case study we're going to talk about right now is on Lomi. Lomi out of Canada, which is an innovative composting solution. Lomi is an innovative composting solution. You know, composting where you can dispose of your fruits and vegetables, the leftovers, in a more eco-friendly way, if you will, than just throwing it in the trash can. So let's talk about Lomi. Lomi raised nearly $7 million in 1.5 months from over 18,500 backers. How did they do that? This was through crowdfunding. They did this through storytelling and messaging very effectively. They established themselves as a leading eco-friendly product. They told the story focusing on the advantages for the environment. They partnered with social media influencers that focus on sustainability. This case study demonstrates how you can effectively use storytelling and messaging to enhance customer advocacy. Tell them that story, and your customers, the people that you're trying to sell to, will really resonate with it. Our second strategy today is to build brand ambassadors. Building brand ambassadors is so essential for a successful crowdfunding campaign. Because your backers are more than just your funders. Backers is another term for the people that are, it's a crowdfunding term for the people that are giving you money. Okay, they're backing your idea. They're backing you, they're funding it, right? They're more than just the funders. These are your first brand ambassadors. Why? If you're investing your money at such an early stage, whether it's through rewards-based crowdfunding or for equity crowdfunding, you're obviously very passionate about it. These early investors, they want to see you succeed. They have a vested interest in your success because your success is their success. Leverage that and create brand ambassadors out of them. How do you do that? Let's go to a real case study. BrewDog is a beverage company based in Scotland. As you can see, they make a selection of non-alcoholic drinks, okay? And so BrewDog used a crowdfunding campaign of the equity version, an equity crowdfunding campaign. So what they did is they raised over $34 million from over 1,500 investors through crowdfunding. And they turned them into brand ambassadors through bold marketing initiatives and a real sense of ownership. So ask yourself, how can we be bold in our marketing and create a sense of ownership in our crowdfunding campaigns so that our investors feel like they want to spread the word as well as brand ambassadors? Our third strategy today, how to build a successful crowdfunding campaign, is on overcoming challenges. How many of you, entrepreneurs, have always had everything go exactly the way you planned it in your business? Never had a single problem. Not surprisingly, there's 0 hands up, right? Things don't, as a fellow entrepreneur, right, I can certainly relate to this. Things don't always go as planned. But through a strategic approach, through crowdfunding, you can turn your challenges into opportunities. Let's dive into a case study. The GPD Win3 out of Hong Kong, a handheld gaming PC that raised 25 million Hong Kong dollars, which I believe is currently about 3.2 million US dollars. What challenges did they face? Well, they had production delays. Things were not going as planned. This could lead to very unhappy funders. But they turned a negative into a positive through transparency. Be honest with your backers in your crowdfunding campaigns. They can relate to the entrepreneurial journey. And remember, these are people who are rooting for you. They want you to succeed. So don't be afraid to disclose your failures or your challenges, because they know it's just one step closer to success. Help get them on your side through transparency. Don't wait until it's too late to get their support. So that transparency, maintaining it, is critical. Our next strategy is validating innovative ideas. You can use crowdfunding campaigns to validate your innovative ideas. How so? Let's dig into a case study. Star Citizen is a very complex multiplayer online game that, believe it or not, has raised over $735 million since 2012. Okay? And they have, part of their success has been through validation of innovative ideas. What they do is the backers influence the game's development. They have a say. They validate innovative ideas. They have a huge impact and influence on the direction that the game is going through online forums and early access to new releases. How can you do this with your products and your services? How can you use crowdfunding to validate your innovative ideas as well? And our final strategy today on how to build a successful crowdfunding campaign as we wrap up. Oh, by the way, I should say, I see many of you taking photos of the slides. I think that's great. And scribbling notes. I know I'm covering a lot of ground here today, but I wanted to make your lives easier. So just keep your phones out, because in a moment when I finish, I'm going to put up a QR code, scan it, just put in your info, and I'll send the entire slide deck to you, the entire presentation, because I know I'm covering a lot of information right now. Maximize success by building momentum is the last of the 5 strategies I want to share with you today. But frankly, I think it's exceptionally important. Let's say you have that initial early success with crowdfunding. Don't stop there. Leverage the power of momentum. I refer to this as my empty restaurant principle. Imagine you're walking down, you're in Riyadh, you're exploring a new restaurant with your family and friends, let's say by the boulevard, right? And you peer in the window, and there's nobody there. What do you say to each other? It can't be that good. No one's in there. I see 500 people at the restaurant next door. Let's go there. It must be better. Don't underestimate the power of psychology in decision-making, where you send your kids to school, the books you read, the movies you watch, the places that you go on vacation, the technologies you adopt and that become ubiquitous, the crowdfunding campaigns that people want to support, the more backers you have, the next person sees that, they want to participate too. You know the term FOMO in English, fear of missing out? Fear of missing out, FOMO. People don't want to miss out. They see everyone's doing it and they want to join. Don't underestimate the power of momentum. Okay? So, as you can see, crowdfunding is a lot more than just about raising money. Think about, moving forward, how you can harness the power of crowdfunding, not just as a funding tool, but as a strategic asset for your business. I know I'm speaking to a room of innovators, entrepreneurs, and leaders here in Saudi Arabia and other countries. So I wanted to end with one of my favorite quotes from Emerson, and that's, "Do not go where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail." Shukran jazilan. I want to thank you so much for the opportunity. If you'd like a copy of the slides, please take a moment, take out your phone, scan the QR code, just put in your email address and name and stuff, and I will send you the entire slide deck so you don't have to worry about missing anything. Again, thank you. It's a true honor and privilege to be here. Thank you so much.
So how are we doing this evening? Are we excited? We're still looking forward to more sessions and more talks? Yes? Let me hear a round of applause. Lovely. All right, so let's welcome our next moderator for this session, أبو الدخيل.
والله طفشناكم اليوم بس دائما ليلة جمعة قلنا لا we have to bore you يعني. طيب please help me welcome
the first panel and the final panel with all the speakers. So the first Walid Al-Balla, please welcome on stage Walid Al-Balla. Walid Mansour, co-founder and co-CEO. Walid Fazza, partner and CEO of Ventures. You are most welcome. Not to confuse anyone, Abu Iyad, Abu Abdul Aziz, and Burakan. You're welcome. It is such a pleasure to have you here, to have such a great representatives, SMA, MLP, or Sukna. You really and you truly, I don't want to see you fuel the ecosystem to lead globally. You have been great.
The world of VC funding is tremendous, and the valuation is incredible. If we look at early stage funding, we can see private equity, we can see angel investors, financial institutions, and VCs. My first question that I would love all of your answers to is, how does your entities, whether it's Sukna, MLP, or MSA, collaborate with other early stage backers? Let's start with you, Riyad.
Thank you very much for this incredible opportunity to be here, especially with two elites. It's a great question because the funding cycle يبدأ in steps كعملية تدرج. نبدأ بالستيج بالسيد السيد يعني يكون في عملية تطور.
So there should be a development for the idea from a product to a company and the revenue, etc. So the VC cycle is short. Every 18 months, you have to have a round of funding. So we have our own radars, so that we see what type of pipelines come into play, because we really have 18 months to 24 months to invest if you want to do the series, and you don't have 5 years.
Very important to collaborate على طول الفندing chain. And collaboration بتكون multiple ways. Sometimes we have venture partners that we work with. Sometimes we work with other funds. But the most important rule is we always tell entrepreneurs, تعالوا زورونا. Come and visit us as early as on your journey, so that we can build our relationships. You will have our store. Get to know you, and then when the time is right, at least يعني بيكون هالlegwork يعني بيكون حاضر, and therefore we're able to invest.
Beautiful. So you advise founders by having them joining the CE early?
Yes, my advice to founders is to treat the relationship with a VC very long-term relationship, not to be disappointed from the first rejection. Always take the first meeting, whether it's a rejection or not, as a way for them to be on our radar, get to know each other. كمان as a practicing pitch, يعني we can always have a feedback, يعني.
Beautiful, beautiful. Abu Abdulaziz.
Well, thank you. I agree with what Walid said, but also I want to add another angle. The real bedrock of the entrepreneurial ecosystem, anywhere in the world, is really the communities. So this is where everything starts. This is where relationships are built. This is where ideas get cross-pollinated. This is where teams get built, where people get to know each other and decide to work. So for us as VC investors, we really invest a lot of time and effort to be a good member of the community in any market that we operate in. That's one. The other thing is VC by its very nature, by default, it's a team sport. Why? Because as a VC investor, you're taking huge risk with every company that you invest in. It's very innovative, it's new, so the risks are really high. So you never take a high majority ownership in the company, you take a minority investment, and that means that you have to collaborate with other VCs and make sure that you coordinate with them and how you can add value to the new company and how you can actually avoid the same risks. I came into the VC space a little bit later than both Walids, so I remember very vividly how they welcomed my entry into the market, how they extended welcoming arms in terms of how can we collaborate to each other, and I still appreciate that, and this is something that I learned to do even for newer people coming in, because that's what early stage requires, that's how the game is played.
Beautiful. يعني what I understand from you is that it's not just about collaborating with other vertical early backers such as angels or PEs, it's also about collaborating with other VCs, حتى if they're investing in the same stage. And I love the mentality more and more of VC is not a competition. End of the day, the market needs every single VC it can get, especially with such a booming market. يعطيك العافية. Abu Rakan, same question to you. How do you collaborate with other early backers?
So it takes a village to be able to grow an ecosystem, and we've all played our different parts. I'd also like to give a different perspective on it. If you ask the three Walids on stage their opinion about one company, you're probably going to get three different answers. So just the fact that we're collaborating together doesn't mean that it's homogeneous. And it doesn't mean that every VC is going to think the same way. Actually, it might even confuse the entrepreneur because you get a lot of data points and a lot of information, and then you have to decide where you want to go and how you want to, which investor you want to take as you move forward. Generally speaking, each of us also has our own strengths that we bring into the companies. So there is slight differentiation that happens. And I just want to say, we work very closely with angels because they're very strategic at the very first and early stages, as well as accelerators and incubators. What we try to do at MSA is try to bring global funds to come into the space and into the geographies that maybe have never done it before. So the way that we've been investing is we'd like to come in early. We take a minority stake in the company. But as the company starts to grow, we need to hand that company off to somebody else so that they can continue the growth, because we can only take the company so far. And when it comes to that, we have to find other funding rounds and avenues. And we like to bring in new international investors to come in and help those companies grow. So the onus is on all of us to find smart capital to our companies and to constantly shepherd them moving forward as they grow into other stages of their career.
I love that you mentioned that, is that you as MSA, when your portfolio company grows, you're not going to take off your hands and say, you know what, I already invested. No, I need to now support you find other financing options as well. Can we take a deep dive on that? Can you give us an example of a company in your portfolio, and especially with MSA in specific, you having another branch or an HQ as well elsewhere, can you give us an example of a fundraise that you supported a company in after they reached a certain growth stage?
We do that with almost every single company, because if any investors are in the room, you understand that when you invest some capital, you want to nurture it, you want to grow it, you want to make sure that it's always healthy and that it graduates to the next stage. So we actually put a lot of time and effort looking at their pitch deck, helping them position themselves in terms of their strategy, who they're going to fundraise from, when they're going to fundraise from, how much they're going to fundraise from. And so we're very much on the strategy of doing that. Some specific examples, like you were saying, is Tabby, for example, the fintech company, Buy Now, Pay Later. We help them with getting Chinese, which is our heritage fund, retailers to come and onboard onto Tabby. So Shein, Jolly Chic at the time. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that we can help build their revenues, build their strategic partnerships, and then also help them get debt financing, because that's what they needed, and open doors for international investors to come in and look at some of the companies in the region.
Beautiful. Going back to you about days, we're going like this. So we go like this, and then nice. We take a U-turn, we come back. Abu Abdulaziz, mashallah, tabarakallah, Sukna, I know you started, I don't want to say recently, it's been a few years, but definitely after MEVP and MSA. But with that being said, your portfolio is incredibly impressive. I would love to shed light to our audience today of what is the #1 company or top 3, just to not make it more difficult, that Sukna Ventures is most proud of, and why?
Well, that's a tough question, to be honest, because in early stage investment, the performance of a company today doesn't necessarily dictate their performance 5 or 7 years down the road. We're happy with all the companies, but we're proud in everyone in different ways. So I'll give you an example. Muzun is a company that recently had Sanabil come and invest in them. And when I was working with Dr. Muhammad and the rest of the team before Sanabil came in, a big sovereign fund coming into the company is not a simple matter for a founder, right? And my role is not to make them smarter or more capable or give them something that they don't already have. They have all of that. My role is to give them the belief in themselves and make sure that they're genuine when they talk with investors, whoever they are. So in terms of creating their narrative for the new investment round and aligning it with the core values and their own vision that they really believed in, the reason that they all left their post jobs and they created Muzun, that kind of help in giving them the confidence to actually use that instead of trying to do a narrative that they think might be better for the bigger investors, and seeing the relief on their faces when that real, genuine narrative actually clicked with the investors. That was a great moment for me, because we believe in the founders, and we see our role as sometimes cheerleaders and sometimes as just helping them see what really matters, and that they need to believe more in themselves and doing what they want.
I love that, especially when you mentioned we're either cheerleaders or we help them to see what really matters. Because at the end of the day, every founder, and correct me if I'm wrong, has tunnel vision. And if they don't have that tunnel vision, it's wrong. They need to be not seeing anything else, where the role of the VC is to see the world. And this, I think, takes me back to you, Abu Iyad, is when do you, as MEVP, I know your portfolio is huge, mashallah, because not just have you been around since the early days, but also you've launched multiple funds, correct? What's the portfolio size, just for our audience's information?
So, since we started in 2010, we must have invested in more than 60 companies.
60 companies.
In
so
total.
when a VC forgets or takes a moment to remember the number of companies, you know it's big enough. So
But
60
we have
companies.
17 full exits. So
MashaAllah,
that-
tabarakallah. And that percentage is incredible.
Yeah.
Within the 60 companies and the 17 exits, this tells you that MEVP has a certain strategy of not just investing, but of adding that value add that Abu Abdulaziz also mentioned. Can you walk us through how do you know when to give that value add?
So first of all, it starts with what you want to go after. We always try to look for companies that have a very big potential, so we try to really understand the potential. And we need those companies to be leaders in their segment. Because the only way you can exit, specifically a technology company or a software business, is for it to have a significant market share, a leadership position, first or second, for it to be exitable. So if you put that objective and you reverse engineer, this means that the addressable market has to be big, the actual addressable market, not the theoretical one. Two, the possibility for you to have a market share has to be real, which means the business plan has to follow, the funding needs, the talent that you need to build in the company, the resources that you have to put in the company. And then how many, let's say, you'll need $400 or $500 million to get there, then it becomes, then the planning journey starts, the funding planning journey starts. How does the Series A look like, the Series B look like, Series C look like, do you need debt or not? So the capital structure follows. And that's a journey that could take between 6 to 12 years per company. So some companies exit much faster than others. It's market conditions or cycles. Sometimes it's pure luck. Sometimes it could take up to 10, 11, 12 years to exit.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, but again, if you read about the power law curve of venture
Yes.
capital, having 17 exits out of 60 companies is not following what people read about VC. So you must have some sort
No.
of secret sauce.
Because our fund 1 was 2010, then fund 2 was 2013, that fund 3 was 2018, then fund 4 we launched it last year. So it's there's time, there's multiple vintages, and so alhamdulillah, fund 1 fully exited, fully returned. So this was really incredible achievement. Then fund 2 positive, profitable, but not fully exited. Fund 3, we did not exit any company yet.
Which makes sense because, as you mentioned, of course.
It's a maturity
But
curve.
my question was, what's your secret sauce of evaluation, of looking at these companies and assessing these opportunities as well?
In investing, there's only one thing that matters, and one thing only, which is the price you get into in a company.
Which is?
The valuation, the entry valuation. Because you can do a lot of work on trying to assess the addressable market, a lot of work to really support the founding team, assuming you have an excellent founding team. Of course, you always need that to get there. But you can never time cycles, markets. You can never time technology changes. And in our business, technologies change all the time. The only thing you can really master and control is the price you pay when you enter. It's the entry valuation. That's why in this business you have to be extremely disciplined, even if sometimes you pass on deals that end up becoming great successes because they were not properly priced when they were presented to you. That's okay, that's part of the game. You have to have the discipline to get. So the secret sauce, in my opinion, is the entry valuation.
And if I may also restate it, and a different way is to also know when to say no if the price is too high. Because we always see that FOMO effect in the world of VC funding.
Yes, trust me, I mean, we've seen so many FOMOs. It's because there's a reason for that. You're never getting paid as a VC. Your profit is not coming because you did this deal right or that deal right. Your profit comes when a fund is fully liquidated. And a fund is about 15 companies, right? So your product is not this deal or that deal. Your product is the fund, is the IRR of the fund, or the DPI of the how much return that fund came to the LPs.
Yes,
if you understand that and align everything in that sense, then it's okay if you pass on a company that became a huge success, as long as your funds are profitable with time.
Abu Abdulaziz, Abu Rakan, do you agree with that? Or if you have different secret sauces, please.
So I agree. I mean, discipline is something that we even tell our LPs is something, you know, we try to assure them that we have the right discipline, because in VC, you're always meeting new teams, excited founders, and it's very easy to get carried along and go with where the dreams are, but those dreams don't translate into returns or actual success in the market. But where the nuance comes to play in terms of discipline is, how do you break it up into terms of how do you assess the risks involved and the kind of upside or the ceiling of that return? And this is where maybe you'll see the different VCs attacking it from different approaches. For us, the most important thing about the company is the kind of upside they can have, not the risks. And the secret sauce for us becomes then, if you want that high return, high upside kind of company, how are you going to actually avoid being killed by all the risks that are associated with it? And this is where you have to develop some strategies and some techniques and some, you know, mitigations on dealing with those very high and very dangerous risks, so that you can actually benefit from the power law instead of getting killed by it.
Beautiful. And we'll come back to those risk and mitigation strategies, because we really want to take a deep dive over here. But back to you, Abu Rakan, your evaluation strategy and how you assess opportunities that come to you under MSA.
I agree with everything that the panel has said. It's discipline as well to the thesis that we have drawn out to begin with. So we don't have a spray and pray, hopefully something will work out. We actually see things in a very disciplined, scalable model based on our experience with like a China-first lens. So companies that are very specific in fintech, very specific in B2B enterprise, very specific in logistics, and those are the verticals that we understand. Those are the verticals that we're going to go after, and those are the verticals that are going to scale. I think price is paramount, because at the end of the day, that's what's going to determine you making returns. Sometimes we can get on a sweet deal, but it doesn't mean that it's going to go well if the executive team and if the founder is not able to scale properly and to raise successive rounds of funding. So sometimes we get very excited about something. It's the right model, it's the right industry, it's the right price, but the founder is not able to raise capital moving forward. So, you know, I agree with everything that's there, but there are nuances to the greater picture of how everything comes together to create, you know, that wonderful exit that, you know, we look for in our funding. So, discipline, thesis, price, and then the market really determines what happens.
Definitely, definitely. Coming back to you, Abu Abdulaziz, we know that venture capital is not just a risky asset class. It's the riskiest stage, especially early stage VC, of the riskiest asset class. So it's incredibly risky. Risk mitigation is of utmost importance to any venture capitalist, especially if you have a sustainability plan in mind to continuously open funds. What are yours in Sukna, especially since you've already had in the region a few funds prior to Sukna that you could have studied and derive from them the best practices that also work in our region, not just globally?
Sure. So let me articulate, you know, how risky VC is. If you look across different asset classes and investment, the best performing asset class usually is VC. But if you look at the worst performing asset class, it's also VC. And to articulate that in numbers, the median performance of VC funds in terms of returns is 7% annually, which is less than real estate or even the stock market, which is higher. Whereas the mean performance is 50% annually. So there's this 5% of VC funds that are pulling everyone up much, much higher than any other asset class. And you can't see that disparity anywhere else in investment. So one thing about VC, if you think about it in first principles, is I'm looking for an outlier in terms of the ability to generate cash flow, free cash flow. And that free cash flow is a function of a number of things. But the biggest thing is the market. So we're going to focus on really big, huge problems that these startups are going to try and fix. If their problem is not big enough, then their potential for creating a exceptional cash flow is also not big enough to become venture scalable. The other thing that we do is we're betting on founders in the early stage. And instead of waiting for the founder to come to us and say, I'm ready for funding, we try to seek them or at least be positioned where they can come and talk with us and become approachable. To Waleed's point earlier, that we want them to come and talk with us very early on before they think about raising so that we can build the relationship and de-risk the founder. Let me see if the founder actually is a good fit for the market. Are we a good fit for each other? What's their thinking? What's their past performance? We call that at Sukna the pre-work. So this is one way we can de-risk the founders a little bit. The other one, which Waleed here, Abu Rakan said, is about structuring the round and understanding the need of the company in terms of its capital. We work with founders a lot in terms of helping them structure the round itself. Maybe you don't need 5 million, maybe 2 million is enough. Or maybe you should not raise all of it as equity. Think about your capital structure. Maybe some of it should come through debt, some of it through grants. And we're a minority investor, so we have interest aligned in terms of not trying to encourage them to take more money than they actually need. The other thing that every VC does is investing in terms of rounds. You also try to build at the portfolio level so that when you take a very high risk in the company level, maybe I invested in 40 companies, every of them has certain attributes in terms of very high risk, but at least the correlation between them at the portfolio level is low. So that if a lot of them fail, I still have a few in terms of power law that can actually succeed. So these are different tools that we utilize in making sure that we get the right output that we want for our LPs.
Beautiful, and we can write a book only from this answer. يعطيك العافية. Abu Yad, last question to you. With the upward rounds that we've seen after COVID, the VC, the overall valuations went crazy, and then it corrected a bit. My question to you is, where do you see the market going? And do you see a correction coming along soon, or has it already begun?
It's definitely a buyer's market. Specifically in Saudi Arabia and the MENA region, it's a buyer's market. Why? Structurally, we don't have enough VC money. So the VCs have a slightly buying position over entrepreneurs. They can probably easier dictate terms than before. The fact that the vintages between 2020 and 2023 were not great because of the overvaluation, and I go back to my previous point. The only thing that matters in this industry is the entry valuation. So you'll see a lot of down rounds happening, etc. So that's not great for the companies and the entrepreneurs who build them, but it is what it is. Those are the cycles. So we're starting from a good cycle. It's excellent time to invest now. We're seeing the best deals, the very well-priced companies. We're able to at least get some sense with the entrepreneurs. And most importantly, I think after the craze that has happened, a lot of the entrepreneurs understood the importance of a proper valuation because they don't want to get stuck in a bubble themselves and then have to catch up with the hype that they've created. And that's very good for our ecosystem.
Definitely. Abu Yad, Abu Abdul Aziz, Abu Rakan, thank you so much for your time. It was such a pleasure to have this beautiful discussion with you. يعطيكم ألف عافية. Please, round of applause for our panelists.
شكرا.
مسي عليكم بالخير جميعا ونرجع بآخر جلسة.
Good evening, and we will have one final session for SMEs. We'll be speaking about funding, and which is one of the most important things for any projects, even before or after or while being initiated. We will also use this energy today and tomorrow and the other day. We are very happy, really. I'll introduce now our speaker and the moderator. Our speaker will be General Manager for and to be moderated by Abdullah. Abdullah, please, the floor is yours.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. Thank you all for joining us tonight, and I think we have important subject to discuss, especially with SMEs. So welcome, Mr. Ahmed, and I think you join me for raise the importance for the subject that we will discuss today. First of all, let's talk about ITFC. What is? And if you can give us a little brief about it, that will be great.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Abdullah, for having me in this session. And of course, thanks to Munshaat for the kind invitation. ITFC is an international Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, an affiliate of the Islamic Development Bank. We are a multilateral financial institutions based in Jeddah with the rest of the group of ISDB group. Our mandate is to provide Sharia-compliant trade finance and trade development solutions to our member states, including Saudi Arabia being the largest government shareholder in ISDB. And in fact, besides providing financing or solutions to government, we also provide solutions to financial institutions as well as SMEs and private sector.
Great. Once come to financial, especially for SMEs, there are a lot of challenges or obstacles between the access of financial and the SMEs itself. Can you please raise the main challenges that maybe will face the SMEs in finance?
Indeed, as you mentioned, Abdullah, the number one challenge that SMEs usually face in any country, and Saudi Arabia is not in isolation, is the access to financing. A lot of SMEs find it very difficult to raise capital, raise financial resources to run their operations and to expand their operations. And we understand the reasons behind that, because banks on the other side find it very difficult to assess the risk of these SMEs. So accordingly, they cannot approve the credit request that comes from SMEs. But beside the lack accessibility to financing, which is the largest or the main challenge, the second challenge that we usually find is the lack of financial literacy. A lot of SMEs, owners, entrepreneurs, startups, they lack the technical knowledge or understanding on how to run their operations financially as well as technically. They lack the financial literacy. They don't know how to produce audited financial statement, for example. And that's why when they go and try to access financing or request financing from banks, banks on the other side cannot help them in providing the financing. The third challenge that I see also very, very critical is the lack of knowledge. The lack of knowledge from the side of SMEs on how to penetrate markets, how to export, what is needed in terms of documentation, rules, regulations, on how to operate within the country and how to navigate the market dynamics, especially when it comes to the competition coming from large companies in the economy. So these are, from the way I see it, the top 3 key challenges. And of course, there are a lot of challenges that both SMEs as well as large companies face, like regulations, like market volatility, disruption in the supply chains, applicable to all. But as we speak about SMEs, these are the top 3.
Great. So to the other side, yes, the supply, the banks and the financial institute, for sure, there are a lot of challenges or obstacles as well they face to provide the SMEs a good and easy access to fund. Can you please share some of the obstacles from the other side's perspective?
As I mentioned, the banks or financial institutions find it very difficult to assess the credit risk of the company or of the SME. With the lack of audited financial statements, with the lack of capable, skilled management in this SMEs, especially from the financial management aspect, not the operation. I'm sure a lot of entrepreneurs and startups, they know how to run their operations or business. But from the financial point of view, they lack the necessary knowledge and skills. Plus, when operating or dealing with thousands and thousands of SMEs, the banks, they require a lot of investment in having big teams handling these relationships. They need a heavy investment in terms of the fintech and IT in order to register and to assess or to keep the relationship or the customer relationship of thousands of SMEs. Of course, the competition coming from fintech companies or what they call it, non-banking financial institutions. Now we like Tasheel, Imkan, we can find a lot of now new companies offering also financing or solutions to SMEs, and they are competing head to head with established banks. So from both sides, everyone find it difficult to operate. That's why the having well-established government entities like Munsha'at, for example, in Saudi Arabia, that provide the guidance and help to SMEs on how to start from the beginning until the end, and they take them through this journey.
Great. Let's focus and zoom in to ITFC. For sure, you're partnering with a lot of partners around your business. But let's have some use cases that you provide, and you deliver some programs or some partnership model with the industry.
Of course. In ITFC, of course, we all provide Sharia-compliant financing solutions. But beside the financing, we all realize that financing is not the only issue that SMEs face. That's why we heavily invest in capacity building, technical assistance programs in all member countries that we serve in order to enhance the technical knowledge, the capacity through training programs, through business matching, through trade promotions for the SMEs, in order to elevate them to the next level, in order to upgrade their skills and knowledge on how to establish a business, how to run an operation, and later on, hopefully, to export or go beyond the local Saudi market. Here, let me cite some few examples. For example, in Egypt, we have an established program with a partner in Cairo, where we graduated, as we speak, more than 1,000 export specialist students that now are well equipped with the basic knowledge of export and international trade to allow them to operate in the SMEs to enable these SMEs to export. We realize also the role of the women or women-led SMEs in all member countries. And that's why in Morocco, for example, we have a program we call She Trade. Yeah. We train the women-led entrepreneurs and SMEs also, but with the more focus on the women empowerment element. We have in West Africa, we have in Central Asia, a lot of programs. The main objective are increase the capacity, the knowledge, the skills of SMEs in every market in order to help, because we all know that the SME is the main economic fabric of the economy. And in a lot of countries, the main source of employment for the new people. So this is just a few examples that I can cite in this regard.
Great. You mentioned a lot of things and amazing things, by the way. You mentioned the challenges in the SMEs side and the supply side, and you mentioned the services and product you provide with your partners. But I want to ask you, why still the Sharia compliant solution in finance still not mature or enough for the SMEs need?
You hit the bullseye, Abdullah. We all know that of course, it's not fair to compare the Sharia compliant banking or finance to the conventional one. The conventional one has been established for centuries. However, the Islamic finance is picking up so rapidly in the last few decades. Now, you find in a lot of countries that the people, companies, individuals are looking more into Sharia compliant or Islamic finance product. Saudi Arabia is not alone in this spectrum. However, we can see now that a lot of Saudi banks, in fact, either they transformed to be a Sharia compliant banks or established Islamic finance windows. Again, it's a journey that already started decades ago and picking up, and the evidence of that I don't have the statistics right now, but we can estimate that the market share of the Islamic finance and Islamic finance products in the whole financing world is rapidly growing. Now we can see well-established big players like PIF issuing their sukuk for many times to tell you that everyone realized the demand for the Islamic papers and products and the appetite that the market has for Islamic finance.
Great. I assume there are some entrepreneurs. So if you want to conclude with a question for suggestion or advice from expert like you to them, how can you help them to get a good financial, especially with the Sharia compliant in this period of time?
Thank you, and this is what I want to end up with, is that we are proud to say that we signed with Munshaat and Saudi Exim Bank as a KSA SME development program. The purpose of this program is to help the SMEs, the Saudi SMEs, to increase their capacity, their knowledge, and to make them export ready. So it's not only for them to gain the basic knowledge on how to run the operations or produce financial statements. Also, one step further, how to prepare yourself to export at the end of the cycle through full knowledge of what is needed as documentation for the export, the rules, the regulations. So, and in fact, we implemented several training programs jointly with Munshaat and Saudi Exim, and we encourage every Saudi SME attending this important forum to look into that KSA SME program to utilize the offers, the products that we offer in that program.
And I think there are some channel the entrepreneur can visit your web or...
Indeed, of course. Everyone welcome to visit the website of the Islamic Development Bank and ITFC to further understand how do we operate, which markets that we are active in, and what can we offer to SMEs in every country. In every country, partnership is key, Abdullah. That's why in every country we try to find a credible local entities, hopefully government-led, that will guide us through through the process on how to deal with SMEs in every country.
Great. If there are any point you want to mention at the end of the session?
Thanks again, and thanks to Munshaat for the kind invitation. And please do visit the Munshaat. They will tell you more about the KSA SME program and what can we do for them.
Thank you so much for your time, and thank you to all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abdullah. Thank you.
شكرا عبد الله، شكرا لضيفك الكريم. كذا وصلنا للختام. بكره محتوى مذهل آخر على هذا المسرح والمسارح الموجودة من حولكم. الاستفادة القصوى من بيبان تأتي من الاستماع.
Thank you so much. We have really enjoyed today. Thank you ever so much. We'll hope to see you again. So no matter what your journey is, it is very important to have this kind of journey. It is very important to enjoy. My name is Muhammad Al Musa at the end. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow. Thank you so much. Have a nice day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.